Sorry about that, guys. I thought that I could use that scheduling program on YouTube, and YouTube makes it way too complicated. I don't know. I said, okay, schedule the live stream, and then I tried to activate the thing, and it's like, there's no button here that says just go live. I'm going, I was trying to figure it out. I was like, how do I was thinking, how do I do this? And I don't know what to do. I should have figured this out before scheduling it. I thought it'd be easy. You just go on there, you hit the button, go live. I watched a video on how to do it, and this lady said, "Yeah, it's very easy. You just go and click on it, and that's it." When you already, anyway, guys, it's the Friday live stream. There's lag. Goodness, there's a slight lag. Is the lag still going on? How's the connection now? Connection. We got 5 people up on here. That's pretty much a party. Oh, we got 4 people now. Probably because the lag is bad for them. The internet connection for me is okay right now. Oof, there's a slight lag on the internet. Connection is unstable. Okay, it says successfully connected. Anyone go to lowest resolution? I always do that. Hello, watch anime sometimes. Hello, Heather Green, Prince Johnny, Rusty Shackleford. We have 6 people up on here. I think the connection is now better because I just reset my internet. I just reset my Wi-Fi solutions. I think one day YouTube is just gonna completely adapt to all of the streaming softwares that we have now. Pretty soon, I think YouTube is just gonna have screen sharing, like in StreamYard or Zoom. I wouldn't doubt that in the future it's gonna cost money to start a live stream. I wouldn't doubt it in the future. YouTube's just going to say, okay, you guys are making a lot of money live streaming. Time to make people pay for this service. So I wouldn't doubt it at all. I don't know. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Theo, I've made a list of things I'd like you to address, and I have hired assassins to watch you until you have addressed them all. Oh, goodness. It's like those people who send me videos and they're like, have you watched the video yet? No. Have you watched the video yet? No. Have you watched the video yet? Nope, I haven't watched the video. That's the thing. When people send me stuff and they ask me like 12 times if I've watched it, I won't watch it. Let me do things on my own timing. You know what I mean? People don't, I don't know. You have people who want you to address the topic, and if you don't address the topic, then they hold you on to some kind of idea in their brains, and all of a sudden you're like an accomplice to whatever crime that you should be addressing. Have you read Michael E. Jones? No, I probably never will read that Michael E. Even though I have a copy, I'm probably never going to read it. Time is the enemy for certain situations, though. Well, I guess time is the enemy of everything, right? Because we're all traveling on the train of time towards death. Sorry, I had to get the jokes out of the way. Yep, I know. It is absolutely mandatory for every live stream that somebody mentions E. Michael Jones. Goodness gracious. Hello, Brainstorm 4207. Guys, give me one moment. I got to get something real quick. Hold on. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Got 5 people up. This is gonna be this is gonna be the most unpopular live stream I've ever done. Sorry, I had to get the joke. Okay, hello, pure copium or chopium. Request info, gets requested info, complains about people sending him info. True Sigma gamer. Hello, Joshua George, Fast Joe Corrigan. Currently healing from a sunburn from gardening on Sunday afternoon, raking up roots, planting. Was only out for 3 hours. I can't win. Did you wear a big circular hat? That helps when it's too sunny. And what did you sow? Did you sow any seeds? What did you plant? What are you growing in the garden? Theo, I think you live pre-recorded video. People with yeah. Okay, so no, I did not do a boy cried wolf. So I have been looking a little bit more into YouTube analytics. So when you start a YouTube channel and you start doing videos, YouTube has this thing where you can look at the data in regards to how many people are watching your videos, which videos are the most popular, which videos are the least popular in your channel. And YouTube also tells you at what time you're getting the most traffic. So for me, most of my traffic comes at around noon time, and this is pretty consistent for my YouTube channel. So what I used to do until yesterday was I would research for a video, prepare for a video, which usually takes hours because I have to read through different articles and watch videos and all sorts of stuff. So what I used to do is I would research for a video, research a certain topic, maybe even have conversations with different people who know more about a particular subject than I do, and then uh, take notes. And this is during the research process, and then actually record the video, which is a pain in the ass. Record a video and then edit a video. Usually, I don't really do a whole lot of editing on my dialogues themselves. Like I'm not cutting off entire sections of me talking, but I like to add, and you guys have seen this before. I like to add images of newspaper articles, headlines, um, excerpts from articles, excerpts from interviews, statements, etc. Sometimes I like to put little clips from movies or clips from interviews, and once in a while I will put a song at the end of a video just to give you guys a little bit more emotion, um, and to give more texture to the video. I like sharing music with people. I think it's fun. And then I would upload the video, or I would download the video. I would transform the clip into an MP4, and then I would upload the MP4 into YouTube, and sometimes VK. And the whole process takes hours. And usually my video will be online at around 11:30 p.m., sometimes midnight, sometimes even later than that, sometimes 1 a.m. And the video is online at 12:30 in the morning. It's like, well, is that really helpful? I don't know. But I decided to try to start premiering my videos. So instead of researching, recording, editing, and uploading on the same day or within the same time, I decided that I would research, record, edit, and then upload onto YouTube, but not allow it to be seen publicly until a certain time. So instead of just having it uploaded and made public as soon as it was finished uploading, as soon as it was completed and uploading, I would upload it and then I would schedule for the video to premiere on a certain time. What this does is basically it shows it allows you to have the video played um at a particular time that you want it played. And I'm trying to get the video out on the time of the day where I get most of the traffic. Secondly, when a video is not presented immediately, but is marketed on the channel and is scheduled, and the channel tells people this video will be premiered on this time, that allows for more people to know that a video is going to be played, and it betters your chances of increasing traffic. So I decided that I would utilize this aspect, this option that YouTube provides, and I think I'm going to be doing this from now on. Um, I think it's cool, and it allows for more interaction with the audience because as the video is premiering, I'm reading your guys' comments and I'm chatting with some of you guys at the same time. So, good evening, Guts, Robbie. I'm doing okay. Planted cloudy day tomatoes and cosmos. Sowed holy basil between tomatoes the day before yesterday, waiting for others to get big enough. What's a cloudy day tomato? I've never heard of that. Is that like a cherry? I'm gonna Google it right now. Cloudy day tomato. Interesting. Bountiful cocktail tomatoes. Interesting. I'm wondering what kind of benefits you get from planting this sort of tomato. Like, is it more resistant to certain diseases, or is it drought tolerant? Planted a cosmos. Also, apparently, I'm risking you never watching it. But did you watch the Chomsky? Oh goodness, no, I haven't watched it yet. But I'll make time to watch it. I think your live pre-recorded video people thought was the live stream. Yeah, they thought, but I think it got like, because usually I'll get in 1 hour I'll get like 70 views or something, and with the live stream with premiering it, I got about 90 views within the first hour, which not bad actually. But the view count only 180 views. Well, damn, not a whole lot of views. Actually, it's worse. Maybe it's not worth it to premiere the videos then. I don't know. It didn't show up as premiere. It said it's a live stream. Yeah, I got it. But then it says in the bottom of the screen, premiered 5 hours ago. There's no difference. This is a semantical argument that I'm not willing to entertain. I'm being facetious here. It was with a bunch of seeds that stepdad took from work that were past the date. Oh, I see. Are the tomatoes coming out of the ground? Did you plant the seeds directly? Did I request info? Okay. No, no, no. I'm not mad about people sending me information. What I'm saying is that when somebody like asks me 50 times, did I see something over and over again, and that's all they talk about, then it's like it just becomes kind of agitating. Are any of you guys gardening? I know Heather Green is gardening. I'm gardening, but are any of you guys doing any spring gardening right now, or no? Is gardening out the window? I spoke to a guy in Russia today. We had a very interesting conversation. Um, this guy, he was a very intelligent guy. Maybe I'll ask him to come on this live stream one day. I don't know, but he lives in Moscow, and he teaches English. So his English was pretty good. He teaches English, and he told me that he loves his country. He loves Russia. And I said, "What do you love about Russia?" And he said, "Well, I was born here." And he said, "This is my homeland." And I said, "I understand. Like, I was born in America, right? But okay, guys, do I seem like a patriotic person to any of you? Do I give the impression that I'm patriotic?" So I said, "I understand that you were born there. I understand that it's your home country. But what is it about Russia that you like? Can you give me some specifics?" So he said, "Oh, yes, I can." He said, "I love the Christian culture of Russia." And he said, "In Russia, we have a very strong Christian culture." And I can definitely see the fruits of that. I can see how Russia has resisted the LGBT. Now, America America is an interesting situation. Um, I do seem patriotic. Okay. Um, I'm patriotic about free refills. So here, and I'm going to talk about that later, right? My own patriotism. I'm going to talk about that later because my patriotism for America is conflicted. It's very conflicted, and I'm not this type of guy who's like hoorah, rah, rah, stick a boot up your ass, America. Like I'm not that kind of guy. Um, but America is it's interesting because in America we don't really have a collective centralized ideology. Like we don't have that in America. We have two main political factions, Democrat and Republican. And even within those two factions, there is factionalism. In the Republican Party, in the Republican sphere, you have faction you have a tension between two different mainly two factions, one that is more of the libertarian type, let's not get involved in wars, let's not do anything, blah 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 blah, American isolationism, basically Trumpism or American isolationism. And then you have another faction which is NATO is good, let's maintain the international order. In the Democrat world, you have a similar sort of tension going on. You have one side that says, let's maintain the international order, let's keep the status quo, let's keep the mainstream. But then you have another type of Democrat, which is more of the Bernie Sanders type person who says, let's keep things in America, let's talk about America, let's focus on our own country. Um, they're similar in the sense that you have one side that wants to keep the status quo and the other side that wants to go into some form of isolationism or protectionism. The difference is that the radical side within the Democrat Party is more like they're more geared to socialism, or they express more sympathy towards socialism. This is where you have the Cortez and Sanders, etc. Um, and then on the Republican, in the Republican radical side, it's more of, yeah, let's have isolationism, but let's also like block the borders and let's not have immigration. That's, you know, that sort of thing. It's more immigration centric. And even within the radical faction, you have factionalism. You have people, like, for example, when we had the whole alt right phenomenon in this country, it was, there was one side there was one part of the alt right that was focused on race and the white race, and we have to be like, it was white nationalism. But then you had another group of people that came out and they said, hey, we can have like that, we can have African Americans, like, you know, we can allow for some immigration, but it needs to be limited. And this faction was ultimately called the alt light because kind of it was kind of edgy, but it was a little bit more tolerable. Um, so there's a lot of factionalism in America. Like there's so much of it. So there's no centralized ideology in the U.S. Um, there is a sort of a, what's the word? There's an overlap between the different views, and there's sort of a consensus of what it means to be an American, or there's sort of a consensus of American identity. And I didn't really recognize this until I went to Italy. When I went to Italy, I began to really feel this, really feel it like as a in a almost psychological level. And because it was interesting is when I remember I went to this small town. I got to be careful with the wires on this thing because one wrong move could turn this computer off. I remember I was in this small town in Italy, and I was in this part of Italy that was near the Adriatic Sea. So I was, believe it or not, Chopo, I was literally across from your country. You didn't even know it. But I went to this small town in Italy. It was near the Adriatic Sea, and it looked like somewhere in Bosnia or Croatia. It was very interesting, like the overlap between Italy and the Balkans. But from a distance, I saw a group of people, and I looked at them, and I just said, "Americans." There they are. And I walked up to them, and they were speaking American English, and I said, "Yep, I could spot an American like that. I could just spot. I could look." This was also crazy. I can look at somebody, and I could be like, "That guy's from England," and I am right every time. Oh, okay, maybe there's like a decimal percentage of a margin of error in there, but almost every time I am right. Like I can look at something and be like, that guy's from. I could tell an English person, Irish people. I could tell if they're from the UK. I may be wrong about which part of the UK they come. They could be from Wales. It could be from Ireland. But I could look at somebody and I can just. I remember I could tell myself with almost 100% certainty that guy's from England. And I've had this done. I've had this experience so many times. I remember I went to a cafe years ago and I saw this tall white guy. He was like he was tall, but he wasn't tough looking. He wasn't big and bulky. He was just this kind of wiry guy. He had this sweater vest on, and he looked like he had glasses, and he was this real thin, thin, noodly looking guy with a kid with him. And I just looked at him and I said, "That's the reporter from the BBC." I could just tell. And I was in line. We were both in the same line in the cafe, and his little child was making noise, and he said something like Tommy, stop doing that. And I was like, how do I know that? How do I know this? I'm so good at this. So yeah, yeah, I could look at somebody's face and I could be like, that dude's from Russia or Ukraine because they kind of look alike. But I'd be like, that guy's from Russia. I just know it. That dude's from like I could look at somebody and I could tell myself that guy's from Europe. He's from Europe. And that's why I laugh at American racists who are like, we're European America. Your ancestry was obviously European. You definitely have European genes, but you're not European. You're not European. You guys are white Americans and white Europeans are very, very different culturally speaking. Psychologically speaking, they're just different people. They're just a different group of people, two different groups of people, and you can't compare a white German to a ethnic German whose family has been living in Texas for since the 1800s. Like they're just two different people. So when I was in Italy, I could look at somebody and I could be like, that guy's American, and I was right every single time. The way they dress, the way they look, the way they walk, the composure. They have backpacks on. They're a little bit more overweight. That's American. But there's something. It's not even that because you have fat people and every. Believe me, there's a lot of fat asses in Italy. Don't. I'm. You know what? It's kind of annoying, like how people bash America as fat. I saw this video, and I know America. There's a lot of fat people, but let me tell you, they are entire areas of America where everybody's fit. L.A., Miami, like everybody's fit. But they are places in Mexico which are horrendously obese. Like Mexico has a huge obesity issue. Amazingly, we've heard for years about how they have so much poverty over there. Mexico is very obese, and it's because of all the Coca-Cola they drink. I think Mexico it consumes more Coca-Cola than any other country in the world, and Mexican food is very hearty. Very hearty. Mexican food is extremely hearty. Like this is how hearty Mexican food is. My grandfather was born in Mexico. He died at the age of 90. Okay. I mean, when he died, it was sad, but it wasn't like we could all agree that he lived his life. Like he died peacefully. He died in the hospital of old age. He just died. Sad that he died. I wish we all could live forever in this world, but it's just not the case. But we could at least say that he lived a long life and he had a fruitful life. He had children and he had grandchildren, and he had 10 kids, and every single one of them produced children. And so he has this whole giant litter of grandchildren. So I would say he lived a good life, and he always had family around him. He lived alone because his wife passed away before he did. So for decades, he lived alone. But he lived in a nice house, and he always had his door open. Literally, he always had his door open. The fence, it was just the what do they call it? The screen door that was there, but he would leave the door open. The screen door was closed. And the reason why he left the door open was because he always had relatives visiting him every single day. He had sons visiting him, daughters visiting him, grandchildren visiting him. He always had people visiting him. So he lived a good life. But somebody I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said, my grandfather died at the age of 90. And he said, "What was like? What did he eat?" He told me, like, "What was his diet like?" And I told him, I'll tell you what his diet was. He would eat meat every single day, and he would drink beer every single day of his life. He ate pork, at least on a weekly basis, lots of pork. He would make this recipe called carnitas, and carnitas is basically it's just deep fried pork. You take pig lard and you melt the pig lard in a pot, and once the lard has melted, it's become essentially like butter. And he took pieces of pork and he fried the pork in pig fat. Okay, and then he would lower the temperature down. He would lower it to the lowest temperature possible, and he would leave the pork fat simmering. He would leave the pieces of pig simmering for about 4 hours or so in the lowest heat possible. In pig lard. Okay, and he would serve that with tortillas, rice, beans, chili, hot chili, and onion, and maybe a little radish and cilantro. He had a very balanced diet. The meat part was heavy. The beans were cooked in lard, but nonetheless, beans are healthy for you. And he also ate a lot of chili, which is also very healthy for you. And he ate a lot of onion, which is also very healthy for you, and cilantro. And so it was and he ate a lot of fruit and things like that. But he lived a very balanced life. The you see, but that diet, that Mexican rancher diet, it's very old. It's very traditional. But you see, that type of diet was formed around a culture of physical labor. You woke up in the morning, you worked on a ranch, you cleaned up the stables, you worked hard every day. You dealt with crops, you dealt with you worked with cattle, you took care of farm animals, livestock. Um, and so you of course you were going to eat a high calorie, high fat diet. Today in Mexico, the hearty Mexican cuisine is still there, but the work isn't. So you have a lot of obesity. It's like a fried chicken. Fried chicken in the United States is very old. It goes all the way back to the English settlers. But people ate fried chicken because it was delicious, but also, high in calories, high in fat, high starch, mashed potatoes, potato biscuits, gravy. All this is really old, really old style of cooking in America. But that diet was formed with lots of hard work. And today we have a hearty diet. We still have lots of fried chicken in the United States, but the amount of physical labor that we're doing isn't there. So we have high rates of obesity. So but people sit there and say America is a fat country. It's like, you know, now when I was in Italy, I saw so many fat asses there. They're all fat asses. There's a lot of fat people in Italy. Why are there a lot of fat people? Because they literally eat pizza and pasta and gelato all the time. They eat pizza and pasta almost at a daily basis over there. I had a terrible case of constipation in Italy because all I was eating was pizza and pasta. It was like I'm eating cement. At the end of the day, what is pasta? I mean, pasta is like it's like making cement. Have you ever made concrete before? It's like you take the concrete powder and you mix it with water. You mix it, and then you pour it down whatever hole you're putting in because you want to use the cement to hold something in place. You're building a deck, you're building a ramp or something. You pour concrete, and that hardens up into a rock. I mean, what's pasta at the end of the day? What's dough? Pasta is boiled dough. That's pasta. Pasta's boiled dough. So you take the pasta, you take the flour, you mix it with eggs, water, a little olive oil, maybe a little white wine if you want to get real traditional, and you mix it up, and it's like making concrete, and then you boil it. Well, you better be eating that stuff with vegetables and lots of water because there's no fiber in that. So yeah. Um, but when I was in Spain, Spain is a very thin country. There are not a lot of fat people in Spain. Spain is an immensely thin country. I've never been to a place where everybody's so thin. And the food there is so damn good. Like I've never seen a cuisine like physically. Well, Middle Eastern food is also very healthy for you, but there's a lot of fat people in the Middle East now. So yeah, the the results aren't there. But when I was in Spain, I've never seen a cuisine up close and personal that tasted so good, and yet you never got fat. It's amazing. It's amazing. Um, when I was in Spain, I went there twice. The first time I went to Spain, I was there for 5 days. The second time, I was there for a little bit over 2 weeks, and I lost weight when I was in Spain. Rice and fish every single day. Rice, fish, sardines, wine, cheese, a little bit of bread, sardines, wine, cheese, a little bit of bread. And then tonight, what are we going to be eating? Paella. Here's rice, fish, shrimp. Here's a little bit of squid, a little bit of fried octopus, and they deep fry the octopus. Deep fried octopus. Glass of sangria, which is a Spanish wine, which is very good. Here's some bread, here's some cheese, and you're like, wow, this is so tasty. And you feel physically, you feel so satisfied after eating it. You feel filled up, and you lose weight. I didn't even work out when I was in Spain. I was walking around. I did a lot of walking. So you're walking. And what are you eating? Fish, rice. Lots of lemon, fish, rice. Never felt healthier. The food over there was so good, and everybody there is so damn thin. Like the women of Spain have wires for arms. They're all wiry, and I've never seen a culture that had so many sinewy looking women. All the women there looked sinewy, like they've been doing lots of cardio and lifting light weights. And I asked one of them, I said, "Do you work out?" And she said, "No." How do you get so thin? How do you stay so thin and muscular? I want to say muscly because it's not really muscular, but it's like muscly. She was like, "I don't know. I just eat and I walk around." It's like, oh, okay, that's the secret, and it really is the secret. If you go to Spain, you could really lose a lot of weight just by living normally, just eating their food and walking. Because a lot of people in Spain they rely on public transportation, so they take buses and they take the subway, so they do a lot of walking. In Italy, it's the same thing, but I think they increase. I think they consume more calories than they burn because of all the pizza and pasta. Anyway, I'll read you guys' comments. Genetics has to play a huge role. Some 30-year-old fit people die of heart attacks, and these people smoking for 50. Yeah, you know what? I've seen this before. This phenomena of people who, and this is, I can talk a lot about this. So here's an interesting comparison here, or contrast, I should say. Interesting contrast here. Um, uh, Patrick Swayze, was it Patrick? The guy who played in Roadhouse, Patrick Swayze, I think. He was a famous actor. This guy was yeah, Swayze. This guy was a famous American actor, and he was jacked. This guy worked out. He was in good shape, and dies at the age of like 50. How old was he when he died? How old was Patrick Swayze when he died? He gets pancreatic cancer. And I don't know exactly what he was eating. I don't know what his diet was, but he definitely kept himself in shape, especially for his age. He died 57 years old, and he got patriotic cancer. He got pancreatic cancer, which is really no joke. Pancreatic cancer is awful. It's a terrible way to die. Um, but I don't think he was a smoker, and dies. I saw a story about a guy in San Francisco. He never smoked a day in his life, and in his 40s dies of lung cancer. Winston Churchill smoked and drank every single day and died in his 90s. My grandfather, on my mother's side, drank beer every single day and ate pork fat and lard and beans and lard and ate like the most traditional Mexican cuisine you can imagine, and died at the age of 90. Now, admittedly, he died of leukemia, but he died at 90. That's the point. We're all going to die, but yeah, I'm talking about when a person dies as opposed to not solely how they die, but at what age, because everyone's going to die, right? What's going to take you, right? You're either going to die of a heart attack or a stroke or heart disease, or you're going to get diabetes, or you're going to get cancer, or you're going to get some rare ass disease that almost nobody gets, or you're going to get murdered, which is a tragedy, but that could happen. Tens of thousands of people, well, sometimes less than that, but thousands of people get murdered every year in America. You could get hit by a car, you could die in a train crash, you could die in a plane crash, you can die in a car accident. There's different ways you're going to go, but you're going to go. But I'm talking about when you go, as opposed not just how you go. Um, Yeah, and you look at somebody like, Bertrand Russell, who smoked every day of his life, and Bertrand Russell died, I wanna say what age did Bertrand Russell die in? What age did this guy die? What 97 years old, and this guy died at the age of 97. So, I mean, it's like, I don't know, uh, uh, Steve Jobs died, I think, in his 50s or something, and this guy ate a fruit and vegetable diet, and he got pancreatic cancer. So it's like, I don't know. Cancer is a mystery, and cancer is a mystery that I've been kind of focused on and off since I was in junior high. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. When I was in junior high, I got interested in the subject of cancer research. I was about 13 years old, maybe 12 or 13 years old. And my inspiration for, I don't know if I told you guys the story, but my inspiration for getting into cancer research was I went on a boat trip with some friends, and they took us to this lake in California. It's called the Delta. It's a beautiful lake, although they are poisonous snakes in the water. And sadly, there was a story of somebody actually getting bitten by a snake on the Delta and dying. So, the Delta is a beautiful lake, but every time you go in there, there is literally a risk of you getting killed by snakes. And that I have another story about that. But anyway, I was looking at the water from the dock, and I noticed a bunch of algae, and I thought to myself, what would happen? Because my dad told me a story about somebody getting cancer. Where he used to work. My father, he was a computer programmer for decades, and he worked for C&H Sugar Company as a computer programmer while talking about Islam and writing on the subject. But he told me that there was a woman at the company that got cancer, and I couldn't stop thinking about this actually, and I was looking at the algae, and I thought, algae sucks up water underneath the ocean, or underneath the lake. Could it suck up disease? And I started researching algae in medicine and found a plethora of research about the medicinal benefits within certain species of algae, not lake algae, but oceanic algae, specifically algae that grows in coral reefs. And that's what commenced my journey into researching about cancer. But cancer is a kind of a mystery in a way. Is it pollution? Is it diet? Is it lack of exercise? Is it stress? And I think maybe it's all of the above. Maybe it's all those things. There's certain areas of the world, they're called blue zones. These are areas where they have high concentrations of people who live up to their hundreds. The most famous blues, I think Okinawa is one of the blue zones, and then there's another blue zone. It's called it's a little island in Greece. I don't remember the name of it, but it has some of the highest concentrations of people who die when they're in their hundreds. So they're dying at the age of 100, 101, 102. There's also a very high concentration of elderly people who are living in their 90s. And they have been the subject of much research in regards to longevity. What is their key to living so long? And I watched a little documentary about this, and there was some Greek researcher who was brought in to talk about this subject. And he made an interesting observation. He said the people who live in this island don't try to live long. And I thought that was profound. He said that the people on this island do not, like, when they're living their lives, they're not living their lives thinking, "Oh, I'm going to do this so I can live a long time." They don't eat something thinking, "I'm going to eat this because I live a long time." They just eat it. So they don't try to live long. It's just that they have this lifestyle that to them is completely normal, and that lifestyle has helped them. Genetics could play a factor, but I'm going to assume that the people in Athens are genetically the same as the people who live on this island. I could be wrong about that. But what one researcher stated on this in this documentary is that the people who live in Athens and the people who live in this island have roughly the same type of diet. They're eating the same types of food. They're eating, what do they eat in Greece? The sharuma meat. I don't know what they call it in Greece. The gyro meat. I don't know what the proper term for it. It's the meat that's in the spick, and then they in the spit, and then they have it's being smoked, and yeah. They have a similar thing in the Balkans. I think in Mexico they also have a similar thing. They call it the al pastor. Um, but they eat that stuff. They eat deep fried foods. They eat sausage. They eat hell. I mean, they even interviewed a woman for this documentary who was like 100 something years old, and she loved drinking Pepsi. Uh, so and she was 100 something years old drinking Pepsi. My grandfather died at the age of 90, and he drank beer every single day, literally like clockwork. Now, there's a caveat to this. My grandfather drank Budweiser every single day. Amazingly, he came from Mexico, did not speak any English. This guy never spoke English. He couldn't speak English. He never learned the English language, even though he had been living in the US for like 40 or 50 something years. He never picked up English. Why? Why did he never pick up English? Because he didn't have to. Because he had family around him all the time. So he lived in his own ethnic enclave. He never had to learn English. And when he was working in his younger years, and he did labor that was not popular. He cleaned up windows, he did janitor work, like he did whatever work that he could, but he did work that did not require him to speak English. It was just work that nobody wanted to do. So um, he never had to, but he had this community of family always around him. And one of the researchers, one of the people who have talked about these Greek centenarians, said that that one of the reasons why possibly these Greeks live so long is because they have more family around them. When somebody gets old or elderly, they have people around them. There's always other family members around them. They don't view elderly people as a burden. In modern society, elderly people are seen as a burden. Now, you can see a similar culture of caring for the elderly in Africa. In Africa, there are virtually no elderly care centers in Africa. I've looked into this. They don't exist. For the most part, they don't exist. The only elderly care centers in Africa exist in South Africa, which is interesting because South Africa has a substantial white population, and that may be a part of it. Maybe because it's a part of that. Where you have people who where you have settlers whose ancestors came from Europe. It's in a way it's an extension of the West. That may be the reason. I don't know. But other than South Africa, there are no elderly care centers. Why? Because people take care of the elderly. They take care of the elderly. And I read that this could have been one of the reasons as to why COVID did not spread that much in Africa. Because in Europe, where there was a high number of COVID deaths, a lot of these deaths took place in elderly care centers. For example, in Spain, there was an incident wherein one person in the elderly care center got COVID, and almost everybody, I mean, everybody in there died. All the elderly people died, and the nurses were so scared to go in there that they didn't even show up for work. So these elderly people were left to die. And the police showed up in the elderly care center and they found a bunch of dead old people. It's very, very sad story. I was talking to somebody in Poland when the outbreak happened, and he told me that his mother was living in an elderly care center, but he told me that he was so worried about his mother dying in these elderly care centers that he put his mother in an apartment that he had previously been renting out, because he told me that those elderly care centers are like ticking time bombs. All it takes is one case, and everyone in there, every elderly person in there is going to die, or more than likely will die. So Italy has a very high elderly population. There's a very, very high population of old people in Italy. Spain, the same thing. These countries don't really have a high birth rate, so you have a high elderly population. So a lot of people died. That's why Italy has such a high death rate, because it's full of old people. And the elderly, many of them are put in old people centers, and all it takes is one case. All it takes is one COVID case, and everybody gets it. In Africa, they don't have elderly care centers. Family will take care of old people. So old people will stay with the family, and somebody's always taking care of them. They're not abandoned in an elderly care center. So they say that this could have been one of the factors as to why COVID didn't have it didn't have as much of a death rate as it did in Europe or in the United States. Um, but going back to centenarians, people who live to their hundreds, um, it's kind of a mystery, like why. I mean, it's not really. I don't think it's so much of a mystery. I think that it's multiple factors as to why these people live so long. I think one of them is environment. Is there a positive environment, or do these people have a sense of community? Are they around other people that give them good vibes, sense of community, and also 'cause mental health is very important. And then also diet. I think the Greek diet is, I think, pretty good. Lots of olive oil, lots of oregano. Oregano is very good for you. The medicinal qualities or characteristics of oregano are so immense that we're still researching the medicinal benefits of oregano. A lot of modern medicine involves extracting things from oregano leaves, which is amazing because the leaves are so small, yet they have so much complexity in them. The medicinal characteristics of oregano is so great that the state of Israel bans people from from uh, harvesting wild oregano and taking it back home, taking it back with them. They don't allow that because they need as much oregano in Israel, because the medical research industry of Israel is huge. So there's that. Greeks love oregano. They put it on everything. Um, Greeks love dandelion greens. I think that's also very healthy for you. So there's a dietary factor, and I think also there's an environmental factor. Um, Also, I think clean air, just like good clean air, is super important. I remember when I was in Rome. Rome is one of the most polluted cities in the world. There's no doubt about that. And Rome also has the highest concentration of cancer in Italy. Most cancer cases, I believe, in Italy are in Rome. And there is a belief that it's because of pollution. And I went to Rome, and somebody actually told me about about the cancer in Rome, before I went to Rome. And then I went to Rome, and I'm like, yep, this air ain't clean. I had difficulty making full breaths in Rome. I when I was a child, I had a mild form of asthma. I had an inhaler for a while. I grew out of it, but nonetheless, when I was maybe like, how old was I? Like 8 or 9 years old, I had an inhaler. So breathing, like making full breaths, is something that I always appreciate. If I can make a full breath, and that's one of the reasons why I do light exercise. I don't do hardcore exercise. I used to. I don't do it anymore because I don't like the feeling of waking up in the morning and feeling pains in my joints. So I just do light exercise. and that helps me make full breaths. But when I was in Rome, I could not make full breaths. I couldn't do it. I was like, man, hard to breathe in this city. And every time I breathe, I mean, I would smell smog. I mean, it's a city full of pollution. The pollution is horrendous. You could say, Ted, it was, it's all in your head, blah, blah, blah. But I went to the countryside in Italy where there was no pollution at all. Clean air, not a lot of cars. Um, Everything is walking distance. I went to this one village where they had two restaurants, one cafe, and they had one bus stop, and everything was walking distance. And I would walk to the gas station for some coffee, walk to the restaurant for some beer or for a risotto, which was very good in this village. Everything was walking distance, but the air felt so crisp and clean because there was no pollution. There was cars, but there weren't a lot of them. And there was a lot of trees, and trees clean up the air. And I could breathe again. So it wasn't all in my head. I'm like, wow, I can breathe here. It wasn't all in my head. So I think environmental factors, dietary factors, and also just the factor of mental health. I think all of these things are good for you. Although, I mean, I'm pretty certain that somebody can find me a case where a guy lived in a depressing environment his whole life and he died at the age of 100. And there's probably I think not probably, I think there is a genetic factor in when we die. I think people are more genetically susceptible to getting certain diseases than others. And yeah, I don't know. Death is a mystery. We're always trying to escape death, so we exercise and we eat right. And these things are important for us, right? Because they definitely could help us. But even if you do all those things, who knows? You may just drop dead of whatever. My cat wants to get out. Hold on. Anyway, let's read y'all's comments here. How long have I been streaming? Almost an hour. I went through Croatia last week. The air there was fresh. I'm pretty certain of it. Correct. Rome's air is not as clean as others. Rome's air is horrendously. The last time I was in a city that smoggy um, was when I was in Guadalajara. I went to Guadalajara, Mexico, many years ago. And I had gone there several times actually in the year. What year was it? It was in 2005, 2000, late 2004, and in 2005, I had made several visits to Guadalajara in Mexico, one of the biggest cities in all of Mexico. And when I say it's a big city, I mean it is a big ass city. Guadalajara is an extremely claustrophobic city. I mean, maybe it's changed, I don't know, but when I was there, it was a claustrophobic city. It was extremely. It was like a rat race. Tons of people everywhere, buses. People aren't even driving in a safe way. People are speeding, cutting each other off. Everybody's tailgating one another. And the thing about Mexico is when you stop at a red light in Mexico, if you don't go as soon as that light turns green, there are people honking at you. It's worse than New York. It's worse than New York City. And there's people everywhere there. Everywhere. You walk anywhere, there's people here, people there. You can't walk anywhere without bumping into somebody. Cross dressers, trans cross dressing freaks everywhere. People on the side of the road singing for money. It's chaos. You're just cars, and somebody's singing next to you, and prostitutes and cross dressers, and some guy. You smell you smell smog from the cars, and then you smell like the smell of taco meat being cooked on a grill because some guy's trying to sell tacos. It's like it's a rat race. It's a terrible city, full of crime. It's just I remember walking at night in Guadalajara, and it's just like people everywhere there. And then you're walking, and then all of a sudden you hear this boom, 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 and you pass by a nightclub, and it's like this night. I didn't go inside of it, but you walk past the nightclub, and I kind of got a glimpse of what was inside. And all you see on the walls are just posters of porn, like hard porn. all over the walls. And I'm like, God help me. What's going on in there? Poof, 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 poof. And when I passed by it, the first thing that came to my mind was that scene in The Matrix when Neo meets Trinity for the first time in the nightclub and Rob Zombie's playing in the background. That's the vibe. Like, I'm like, man, the Neo must be in there. Like Carrie Ann Moss, the conversation must be going. The Matrix is in Mexico. That yeah, the one one that took the red pill, he's in Mexico right now. He's in the nightclub. And then I was looking for a hotel. I was looking for a hotel in Guadalajara, and I found this hotel, and what was it? It was like $15 a night or something. And I thought, that's cheap. Sign me up. So I went to this hotel, and it said like $15 a night for the regular room, but if you want something a little bit better, it's like $20 or something like that. No, it wasn't even 15. It was less than that. It was like $10 or something. $9 or $10 a night. It was so ridiculously cheap. I said, "Oh, this is awesome." Then they had like a food a restaurant, a little restaurant in this place, and it said, "We'll deliver to your room." And it gave you what they were serving and how much. Like, oh, enchilada plate is $1 or something. I'm like, what? This is amazing. This can't be real, right? This is like, I've never seen anything so cheap in my life. So I go up to the front desk and I say, "Yeah, I want a room." And the guy's like, "Are you sure?" And I was like, what is this a cult or something? Like, "Yeah, I want a room." And the guy's like, "You don't understand. This is a place where people have sex." And I was like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, this is where people who want to, like, they just want to, they're so horny, they want a room just to bang for a night, and they pay $9, and they get some they get some food delivered to their room." And I was like, "Really?" "Yes, that's why it's so damn cheap." "Oh, well, thank you for telling me." I got out of there. I didn't know things like this existed, but they do. What's so funny is that as the guy was talking, I turn around and I see this guy and this girl running up the stairs. They were running up the stairs. I'm so horny. I got out of that place. I'm out. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. At least he was honest. He could have been like, "Yeah, get a room, just to get some money out of me." But he's like, "You don't understand, buddy. This is a place where people bang. Okay, this is where one night stands happen." I didn't know such places existed. What do I know? It was 2005. Roman people aren't. Oh man, we're arguing about who's a Romanian. I'm reading your guys' comments here. Hold on. I want to get to the last comment, or I'm gonna get to the place where I left off here. So, some of your guys' comments are just freaking hilarious. Fascinating. What's amazing about these live streams is I never expect if they're gonna be good or not. Because sometimes I've had, you guys know this. I've had live streams where I'm just like, okay, guys, I'll see you guys later. But this, I'm getting good vibes already. I think this is gonna be a fun live stream. I think we're gonna have a fun live stream tonight, guys. We're gonna have a fun live stream tonight. And I haven't even drank a beer yet. I haven't even got a beer yet, guys. I'm 100% sober right now. Hold on. You guys put a lot of comments up here. Uh have you hold on. Have you heard about what happened to Gonzalo Lira, the U.S. Chilean journalist that lives in Ukraine? He's vocal about Ukraine. Got kid. Oh damn. See, I never really seriously watched Lira's videos until the war broke out, and he had some very interesting observations. He's like, "Hey, they're releasing criminals from prison and giving them guns," and I'm like, "What?" Looked into it. Yeah, turned out to be true. He got kidnapped. Kidnapped. Yeah, because the Ukrainians want to keep a very clean image. They're just a poor country getting invaded by evil. I know Russia's evil too. Don't. Russia's evil. Russia's Satan. Okay, Russia's evil. Ukraine is just a nice country being invaded by the evil Russians. And the poor Ukrainian mothers just want strollers for their babies. And we're going to have a bake sale at the local library where we're going to sell cookies with yellow and blue colors and bread with blue and yellow colors. And we're going to send money off to Ukraine so they can go buy bulletproof vests or something. Yeah. Ukraine wants to keep a nice, clean, tidy image. Oh, there's a video of a guy getting buried alive by Ukrainian soldiers. That's fake. Those are actors, by the way. That's not real. There's a video of a guy getting crucified and burned alive. That's also fake. Acting, guys. There's a video of Russian soldiers being tortured by Ukrainian soldiers, Ukrainian Azov guys. And you actually see a Russian guy on the floor with bullets in his legs, and he's bleeding out, and he's slowly dying, and he's like, you know, when somebody's dying when they make that, when they look like that, and they're making those types of breaths. It's horrific to watch. And this Ukrainian guy is hovering over him, and he's like, he's a pussy. Look at him die. A weakling. This guy literally says this. You think this is acting, right? No. And I knew it wasn't acting when I first saw it. And I don't even understand the language. But I knew, I'm like, this is real. That's real. This isn't acting. And if this is acting, Russia should start making movies because they'd be damn good at it. That's a joke. But I shouldn't be making jokes about this topic because people are suffering. But I sent the video to several people I know who speak Russian, and I'm like, what's going on? And some Russian dude did the translation for me. And he's like, this guy speaking Ukrainian, this guy speaking Russian, and they go back and forth. Like even the Ukrainian soldiers, they speak Russian to the victims, to the POWs that they're murdering and torturing. Then they start speaking Ukrainian. They're going back and forth. Like this is very dynamic. This is not acting. This is real. And there's a part in the beginning of the video where you see a Russian soldier just like, and he's bleeding out slowly, and this Ukrainian guy is hovering over him saying, he's a pussy, ha, weakling, ha, like a demon. It's like a straight up demon. And it's horrific, guys. It's horrific. But the Ukrainians were like, hey, we're gonna look into this. We're gonna look into this. We're gonna look into this. Kind of like the Tornado Battalion, the Azov. It was a section of the Azov Battalion, that a branch of the Azov Battalion that literally was kidnapping men, women, and children and elderly people, sexually torturing them, murdering them, doing all sorts of horrific things in their dungeon, which was under a library, if I'm not mistaken, or a school. And the Ukrainian government's like, yeah, these guys are found guilty. We put them in prison, 10 years in jail. And then in 2021, they're released. Amazing. Just amazing, guys. But let's talk about how evil Russia is, of course. Let's talk about the Wagner group. Wagner is also evil. Let's talk about Wagner. You know what? Let's talk about Wagner. There's some evil ass people in Wagner. They kind of remind me they're like the Russian Blackwater. They have members with swastikas on them. I've seen them. Chopo has given me photos of them. They're real. They are Russian Nazis. Absolutely, they're Russian Nazis, which is kind of crazy to me because it's like the Russians fought the Nazis, but you have Russian Nazis. Not very patriotic. And I saw this horrific video of Wagner guys torturing a Syrian man. It was very bad. And I wrote about it when it happened. So it's not like I've just been ignoring it this whole time. I am aware of that. It's horrific, guys. It's horrific. I am not gonna I'm not gonna sit here and go gung-ho for one side. I'm not gonna do that. But the Ukraine thing is it's a nightmare. It's like Saving Private Ryan and Come and See all at the same time. It's all happening. And for those of you who don't know, Come and See is a Soviet film that came out in the mid 1990s. Go watch it. It is a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece of a film. But yeah, Ukraine wants to keep this nice clean image, and it's just it's all good. The truth is going to leak out no matter what, guys. It's all going to come out. It's all going to come out in the end. I do seem patriotic. Okay. Have you or your father ever considered signing up for Joe Rogan podcast? I no, I don't. I don't watch podcasts. Podcasts has never been my thing. A lot of people watch podcasts and they learn a lot from them, and that's good for them. I just prefer to like read articles and watch debates and look at books. You're very patriotic, Ted. A true patriot, a person that can criticize his guy. See, I agree with this. I think see when people say like, "Oh, you're not a patriot because you say all these things that are critical of America." It's like I'm not a robot, you know. And I think you're right. A true patriot is somebody who wants to better his country and not allow his country to just go down the wayside into insanity. Part of the problem with American climate has to do with the Puritan influence. I agree. I definitely agree. You're very patriotic to the truth. I read this. I'm an Oliver Stone type of patriot. Patriot being a yes person for anything. Oh, it does not equal. Okay, I saw that. Can't you just be normal and have like 5 mainstream parties like the rest of the free world? No, America is not a normal country. America is not a normal country. America, I think, really revolutionized the. I mean, not maybe. America revolutionized the world. America came up with the assembly line for building things. America came up with the assembly line for the production of cars. And the rest of the world has followed that. America invented the giant grocery store, the concept of the giant grocery store, which we see all over America, be it Walmart, Safeway, Costco, Best Buy, HEB. Um, uh, yeah, I was about to say Trader Joe's, but Trader Joe's is not a big mart, but like what's it called? Food for Less. Um, uh, what's the name of that grocery store where all the hipsters shop? Um, how did I forget this? Healthy grocery store. What's the name of that damn place? Not Trader Joe's. It's like Whole Foods. Yeah, Whole Foods. You know, they even have a giant grocery store for hipsters. They call it Whole Foods, which actually has some pretty good stuff. But you know, you look at like when I was in Italy, they had grocery stores there, but they weren't that big. You know, the Italians haven't gotten too much into the phenomena of big, giant, big box grocery store. Spain, the same thing. I didn't see any big grocery stores there. And I was about to say when I was in Russia, I've never been to Russia, but when I see Russian grocery stores are huge. They're just as big as American grocery stores. And so the Russians have really adopted that way of building grocery stores. Um, so I went to Walmart the day before yesterday. Was it the day before yesterday or like on Monday? I went to Walmart, and Walmart was surprisingly peaceful. Usually, it's full of crazy people. I always feel a little bit anxious when I'm in a Walmart. I am not exaggerating. I always feel slightly anxious because a lot of weirdos are in Walmart, and there was a massacre that happened in a Walmart back in 2019. A Nazi lunatic went into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, which is the state that I am a citizen of, and murdered 22 people. That is a massacre. That is a freaking massacre. That's like a wartime atrocity. Like they took the civilians out and they killed 22 of them one by one. And he killed people because he wanted to murder Mexicans. It was a hate crime. It was a tragedy. It really was. And it's like I can't. I mean, like I have difficulty saying these things because it's so tragic. But I'm just imagining like you're going to the grocery store, you just want to pick up some things, and somebody murders you. I can't fully fathom that. I can't fully wrap my mind around this. It's so it's so horrendous, guys. It's so evil. I can't imagine something so evil like that. So I always get a little bit anxious going to a Walmart because of for that reason. Um, but Walmart was surprisingly pleasant. There wasn't a lot of people there, probably because I was there early. There was an African American gentleman that was there. He was in the same aisle as me, and he approached me and he said, "Excuse me, young man, could you help me with something? Could you do me a favor?" And I said, "Sure, what is it?" And as soon as I said that, my my conscience in my brain said, "Ted, what you just agreed to do somebody a favor without knowing what the favor is. What mess did you get yourself possibly into?" And I said, "Sure, what is it?" And he said, "Could you put your hand on my back?" And within a split of a second, my brain is like, "Oh my god, oh my god, I was pursued by homosexual predators in the Catholic Church, and now Walmart. I can't escape this. Why? Why, God? Why is this happening? Why is this happening?" And this all happened within a split of a second. And he said, "Could you put your hand on my back so as I try to reach up and get this here pancake mixer, I don't fall back. I don't fall backwards because I'm too old." And I was like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I said, I'll just listen. I'll just reach up and get it for you. How about that? "Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you, man. God bless you." And I was like, oh God, thank you, God. That wasn't a guy trying to prey upon me in Walmart. Oof. I was like, it happened in the Catholic Church. Now Walmart, nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe. And I thought, what a wholesome man that was. I thought, what a wholesome. Him and I had a conversation about cooking. He told me how he makes Louisiana gumbo because he told me he was from Louisiana. We had a nice conversation about cooking, and that was it. We went on our way. Um, uh, I thought, what a wholesome man that was. What a wholesome elderly African American gentleman that is. So I had a good feeling in Walmart. Walmart was surprisingly wholesome that day. Surprisingly wholesome. I'm glad I made you all laugh on that one. That actually happened. This is a true story. This actually happened to me. Because he said, can you do me a favor?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." In my brain, I'm like, "Ted, what are you doing? You just agreed to do a favor. This guy could want you to do like to get some drug money or something like that. Like you don't know what this guy's gonna ask you about." I'm like, "Come on, it has to be innocent. Dude, look at him. He's just this innocent looking old black guy. Like he can't be. Come on, like, he could be like an old mob boss for all you know. He could be an old mob boss. He could be like, 'Hey man, just go up down the road and get. There's a guy with with an envelope full of money. Just pick up the cash and give it to me. Could you do that for me?' Just I'll be like, what? Wait, hold on, what's going on here?" Before you know it, you got a bunch of guys. Before you know it, someone's gonna do a drive by and kill you. Like I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. Ted needs to visit LIDL. What's that? LIDL. The supermarket. Little. Is it little like it's a little store? Like it's a puny little store? Little. What is little? It's a little store. The name is self-explanatory, can't you see? That's a big ass freaking store. It's called Little. Look how freaking huge it is. Never mind, guys. Walmart people are crazy. Walmart, I swear. Here's the thing: Walmart is the most popular grocery store in America. Now, I love going to Target. Target is my therapy. I love Target. Target is so like I have yet to hear about a shooting happening in Target. Knock on wood. Let's hope it never happens. But I have yet to hear about a massacre happening in Target. Um, Target is clean. Not a lot of people go to Target. When you walk into a Target, all the walls are white and red, and it's like white and red and different. The white and red color is everywhere. There's something about that. It's just soothing to the eyes. And they had this nice, almost like old school produce section, and the tomatoes are in these giant wooden boxes, and they have a section for cheese, and they have like a little deli, and there's not a lot of people there, so you don't get this feeling that you're in a rat race or you're about to know how it feels like to be in a war atrocity. um Yeah, I love Target. Like, when I'm in Target, I feel so calm. Like, whatever is bothering me is gone the whole time. It's not in my brain for the entirety of the time that I am in that Target. I love Target. Love Target. What's funny is that most people who shop at Target vote Democrat, so I don't know. Jordan Peterson says Jordan Peterson says things that he says things that are true, but he also, like, sometimes he says things and I'm like, wait, what the hell are you talking about? Because he said, people who are conservative, they are people who are conservative. There are people who are obsessed with cleanliness. Liberals are more open-minded. They are more open to change. Conservatives are more people. They are more into cleanliness. They're into cleanliness. But people who shop at Walmart are mostly Republican, and people who shop at Target are mostly Democrat. Why are Targets cleaner than Walmart's? Why are Walmart's just filthy? I don't really believe in these. I don't really get into these, like, generalizations too much. Like, oh, if you're a Republican, you're more clean. Or really, I've seen Republicans get arrested for child neglect. I've seen Republicans get, like, I mean, there's Republicans who are absolute filth. So don't give me this nonsense. But I love Target. I love Target. Um, people say, "Oh, look, there was a massacre in Nigeria." Right? I still have this massacre in my mind. There was a massacre in Nigeria. Like 30 Christians were killed, and I'm like, dude, we had a massacre in a Walmart, and 22 people were butchered. Like, the stuff that's happening that has been happening in Nigeria, it's been going on in America for a long time. I just, like, America is it's a first world country that has it has it's a first world country that has war atmosphere massacres that happen within its own borders. And these massacres aren't even done. They're not done by invaders. They're not done by necessarily, like, separatists. They're not done by separatists. They're done by just American weirdos. I would love to direct a film about this subject. I would love to direct a film with actors, and it would have uh, a guy who's going to do a shooting, and, like, the detectives are trying to find who the guy is before the shooting happens or something. Or like, there was a shooting. Like, the first scene would be a massacre, and it would grab the audience's attention, sort of thing, kind of like in the film Sicario 2, which was very well done. Um, and then they're trying to, like, find out who did it, and it would just be this very basic cat and mouse type movie, and I would call the film American Weirdo, and I would try to make it into a cult classic. I have all sorts of ideas in my mind for a movie, like what type of films that I would like to do. But America is a first world country that has war atmosphere massacres. It has wartime massacres that happen. Like, we had one case years ago where somebody walked into a community college in Oregon and asked each person in the class, one by one, "Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?" And if you said yes, he'd shoot you. This actually happened here in America, and I was amazed. People, they were like, how many people died? Like 15 people were killed or something. Every single one of those people who died refused to deny Christ. And this happened in America. Oh, yeah, in Africa, they're told to deny Christ or die or whatever. It's like, this happened in America. This happened in freaking America. It's insane. This is like, this is what, see, this is what people, I'm proud to be an American. Like, proud of what's there to be proud about? You're living in a first world country that has, like, Africa level massacres within it. Some guy walks into a college and it's like, "Are you a Christian?" And this guy wasn't even, was he a Muslim? Was it? No, he was some Wiccan. He was some crazy pagan who hated Christians. Like, are you gonna deny Christ? This is happening in America. Yeah. We had the Virginia Tech massacre. Some Chinese immigrant went and murdered 70 something people. We had the Las Vegas massacre of 2017. Some guy from a window in his hotel room murdered 50 people in a country western concert. And everybody was, "Oh, was it a Muslim? Was it?" Because this was like at the height of ISIS. So it was like, was it a Muslim? Was it ISIS? Was it? No, it was just some white American weirdo. So America, I mean, like, this is what I hate about America. It's like, yes, Norway had Anders Breivik, but how many times has this actually happened in Europe? How many times does this happen? Like, in Malta, they have problems with mob violence. Okay, mob violence. I'm not with the mob, so I don't mess with the mob. And usually, The way it works is the mafia doesn't mess with people who are not with them. Okay, for the most part, I assume that's the case. But this is not a case of mafia violence. This is not a case of criminal killing criminal and just killing that one criminal he uh, because he um, messed with their money or something. This is a case of somebody just saying, I'm going to get a gun, I'm going to walk into a store, and I'm going to shoot everybody that I see. That's not mob violence. That's straight up demon violence. That's a demon. That's a demon that took over a human brain and uses as a vehicle. It's like kill, 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 kill. That's what you're dealing with. You're not dealing with some mobster who's mad at some other guy because he messed with his business. I don't know. It's one thing I hate about America. I hate that about America is that we have these types of massacres, and every time we have a massacre in this country, it always becomes a political debate. Always becomes a political debate. The Democrats were like, this is why we need to limit gun ownership and we need to like do laws about guns or something. And the Republicans are like, no, if somebody had a gun in that room, that guy would have been shot. It's like, how many times are we going to sit here and be like, well, if people had more guns, there would be less. The issue, like, what's going to prevent massacres is not guns. That may be a temporary solution in some cases where somebody is about to commit a massacre and some good guy with a gun kills them, but that's not a solution. The solution is much deeper because what we're dealing with is not a gun problem. Serbia has the second highest rate of civilian possession of firearms in the world. Serbia is right next to America in terms of gun ownership. They don't have these types of shootings. Switzerland has a very high rate of gun ownership. They don't have these types of shootings. So what is it then? It has nothing to do with guns, because even if they didn't have guns, somebody would take a knife and just start stabbing a bunch of people like those Uyghurs did in China. So it's not really about guns. It's much deeper. I've heard these arguments that say like the levels of mental illness in America are just as high as other countries, but those countries don't have the problem. I don't believe that. There are, yes, okay, fine. I don't agree with the conclusion. Yes, mental illness is high throughout the world, right? I mean, I think Iceland has the highest consumption of psych drugs in the world. Yes, mental illness very high in Iceland, Italy, Scandinavia, whatever. But it's not. I don't think it's a case of, oh, if someone's depressed and they're going to go shoot somebody. It's a case of somebody just wants to kill for fun. I can't fully explain that. I can't fathom that. Okay, I can't fathom that. I have enough difficulty handling one of my chickens dying. I can't imagine killing somebody. I can't imagine getting a gun and going into a mall and I'm going to go kill somebody because it's fun. I just can't imagine that. I just can't. Can't wrap my brain around it. Yeah, sick society. I agree with you, Brainstorm. It's a sick society. Battle of. Hold on, I have a cat that's driving me freaking crazy. Come on. Go away. All right. Guys, it's been over an hour, so you know what that means. It's Coors time, guys. So the beer for this week is Coors. These cans are getting tragically smaller. So I have tried many different types of beers over the years. I've tried Oriental beers, and with Oriental beers you have Tsingtao, Asahi, um, Sapporo, and European beers. The European beers, you have the Poleners, and you have Guinness, and you have the Czech Var beer, the Czech beers, and all this stuff. Mexican beers, Coors, Victoria, yeah, Corona, Modelo, Dos Equis. Okay, fine. Pacifico. I've tried all these. I've tried Dutch beers, Belgian beers. Haven't tried Australia yet. I'm gonna see if I can get a Foster's. which is technically Australian, although it's owned by a Japanese conglomerate, if I'm not mistaken. I tried Budweiser, which is good. But my favorite beers so far in my journey of beer is Coors Banquet. Coors Banquet and Shiner. These are so far my two favorite beers. I love these beers. So somebody said that I should not pour the beer directly down the cup. So this is what I'm going to do. In the Czech Republic, I saw this video from the Czech Republic. A guy, he poured the beer gently first, and then for the second half of the cup, he poured it like directly into the beer itself to give it a good fizzy head. So that's what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to do like a gentle pour for the. Oh my gosh, I'm not doing this right. We're doing a gentle pour in the beginning, and then let's do the hard pour for the second half. And that way we get a nice fizzy head. This is a Coors Banquet, which is, it's an excellent beer. It really, if you haven't tried Coors Light, I haven't tried Coors Light. I have no interest in trying anything that has the word light in the end. Because it just sounds like it's contrived. I don't know. I don't like it. It doesn't sound natural. But this is a Coors. See the nice big fizzy head on top of it? Very nice. This is a Coors Banquet. I definitely smell. I'm becoming a connoisseur now, guys. I definitely smell the yeast. Smelling the yeast. Definitely has the smell of bread because it's made with yeast and wheat. So it's like you're drinking liquid bread. I mean, beer can't be compared to something like tequila or vodka or whatever, cognac or whatever. Beer is like wheat tea. Okay, it's liquid bread. Smells like dough before you like when you're kneading dough or before you start kneading it. Yeah, sweet, a little bit of sweetness there. Now, just to give you guys a interesting history, I did a little bit of reading yesterday. So Coors is a beer. It comes from Colorado, the state of Colorado. It was founded by two immigrants from Germany who bought a beer recipe from a Czech immigrant. So Coors, it's an American beer, but it was founded by two German guys, and the recipe is Czech. So you see this interesting this interesting, multicultural diversity in this wonderful drink. Sweetness, yep. There's a slight sweetness. It's very smooth. Very smooth. Little bit of bitterness, a little bit that balances out the sweetness. You can definitely taste the wheat or the whatever oats they're using. I think they also use corn. But it's just if you want to try a good American beer, Coors Banquet is where it's at. Coors Banquet and Shiner. Shiner is becoming more national. They recently put up a brewery in New York. So I think Shiner is getting more nationally recognized, but Shiner is an excellent beer. It's a little bit better than Coors Banquet, but my top three favorite beers: Shiner, Coors, and Youngling. Youngling is a beer from Pennsylvania. Very good. IP. Anyway, I'm gonna read you guys' questions. I'm talking way too much. Hams. See, there's so many different beer out there. It's hard to find all of the brands. Theo, thoughts on Elon Musk buying Twitter? I don't really know what to make out of it. I'm gonna wait and see what happens. Hopefully, he will allow for more freedom on Twitter. Here's the thing, and this happened to me this week. Okay, I have been posting on Twitter since 2013, around that year. I have posted for years, posted stuff about the LGBT, bashing the LGBT, stuff that would get anybody banned For some reason, I got away with it. Probably because I'm not really famous. I've never been famous. I'm not famous, right? And a couple of days ago, what was it, a couple of days ago? Actually, no, yesterday. What's wrong with my memory? For the first time, it was no, sorry, the day before yesterday. For the first time ever in all the years that I've been posting stuff on Twitter, Twitter sends me a warning and gives me a suspension for I think 12 days. For the first time, I said I have been posting, and for those who've been following me for years, you know what I'm talking about. I have been posting the most edgy anti-LGBT rhetoric for years. Nothing happened. And I was getting way more views in those years than now. I was getting way more views, way more followers on Twitter than I do now. And nothing happened. I posted an article about a Ukrainian nationalist saying that all Russian children in Donbass should be beheaded. He said this Russian guy, this Ukrainian Nazi said this. He was part of, I think, Azov Battalion. And he did a live stream video. And he said on the live stream, all Russian children should have their heads chopped off. He said this. I posted it not even as a serious article, like, hey, like, here's a serious headline. It wasn't a long post. It was like, look at what this Ukrainian nationalist said. He wants to behead Russian children. Oh my goodness, that's effed up. Post the story up, and Twitter is like, yeah, you can't be posting this. This is bad. I'm like, I'm posting an article exposing fascism. Hold on. Cats behave. I have 2 black cats that are fighting right now. Cats behave. Enough. So for the first time I get cited, I couldn't believe it. Guys, I couldn't believe it. Oh, shut up, dumb cat. I should use Mastodon. What's Mastodon? Hams is made in Minnesota. My dad's been drinking it for 50 plus years. It may be one of those regional beers that that are only limited to one state or a few states. Thoughts on what's been happening in India? I have what's going on. A huge heat wave, 115 degrees. Oh my god! Please don't. It sounds horrific. I don't know what else to say to that. People are like, Ted, what's your thoughts on this? There was a massacre, like 1,000 people were killed. It's like, that's horrific. I don't know what else to tell you. I hope it doesn't affect us. I don't know. What's going on in India? Let's Google this. It's the worst heat wave in all of history. India has not seen heat like this since the year 1909 when the British were there. Leaves millions struggling to cope. Oh, God, have mercy. You know what that means, right? India's going to buy more stuff from Russia. I see it mostly with transplants. The previously mentioned corpse and Bill Gates in the States. If you're in Europe, then that would make sense. Okay, you guys put a lot of comments here, so I'm going to try to read all of them. What the heck? Theo be wheezing. Yep. It's like you do to certain drugs for them to do that at the club. Probably, yeah. Wheezing with comedy. Sounds like those love hotels I hear about in Japan. Don't make me mad, Croat. Or should I say kraut? Oh, no. Let's not use racist terms here, please. No racial derogatory words here. I'm not married, would visit only once, would go with a friend and just sit in a corner. Goodness. Having a Sapporo right now. Cheers, mate. Sapporo's okay. It's a little too sweet for me. This Coors is also kind of sweet, but it's not as rich and thick as like a Guinness. Coors is very good beer though. But I could taste now that I'm tasting it more, I can definitely detect the corn. What kind of oats is this made out of? Barley and yeast. Yeah. I can taste some corn, and I could be wrong though. Counterpoint. Serbia has already a part of Banat. Gonzalo Lira got released. That's interesting. I'll be keeping track on that one. Yeah, Heather Green has very high standards. You're not gonna convince her of anything. What videos have Ted have been watching? Have been watching? Have you heard about what's happening in India? Huge heat wave. Oh yeah, I saw that. And then you have the Balkan War that's going on in the comments. Actually, if you annex Croatia to Bosnia, we have a majority vote in Bosnia. Italian European Union Empire. That isn't a member. That is the head of Wagner, hero of Russia. Russia will defeat Turkey. Croatia are allies to Germany, and Turks are also allies to Croatia. Therefore, Croatia evil. How could Come and See be a Soviet film if US? You got me there. You got me there. 1985, not 95. I got the dates messed up. Sorry. Romania is technically also called to Turkey and Germany. If you say Come and See came out in it was mid 80s. Romania is an ally to Germany as much as Italy was the Nazis during World War II. At least Wagner is not officially integrated in the military and they're done. That's a good point. They're mercenaries, just like Blackwater. Whole Foods. Yep. You guys got me on that one. Whole Foods. Now I'm wondering why Romanian is not a Slavic language. It's a Latin language. Stop. Behave yourselves, children. Children behavior. I have two cats that are just driving me crazy. One's female, one's male, and they hate each other. It's the battle of the sexes, everybody. Walmart people are crazy. Yep, absolutely. German trash store, little. Reminds me of your story with that Catholic priest. If we aren't a threat, then they are the Germans. Bro, I am dead. I'm glad I can make you all that. That actually happened to me at Walmart. That's what was going through my brain. I'm like, oh shit. Some gay predatorial stuff in the middle of Walmart. Heather Green has a very, very strict list of characteristics that she demands. You're not going to fulfill them ever. Has PTSD. I do have PTSD from those experiences, guys. A little old lady asked me to put a 30-pack of Bush beer in her car. God bless her heart. Theo be stumbling in the Romanian-Croatian war. What's your thoughts on nuclear power? I don't know. I guess it works. Could be used to make weapons. I'd expect Target to be a prime target. That's a good one. Shooting at Target. That's a good. Brilliant, guys. That's why I love this chat. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I want the pure chopium to mention battle between Croats and Germs. Gen X men were the last good masculine guys. Oh, now we're doing the intergenerational competition here, or generational competition, I should say. When I worked at a pizza delivery guy, I had a similar experience of someone asked me for a favor. I was nervous initially, but all that happened was that this drunk guy asked me to take him to make him a drink. Oh, nice. Because Walmart is cheap. Yeah, you get more bang for your buck, but that comes with a risk. You may end up dead in Walmart. So Columbo, which show? Zagreb. Oh, now they're speaking Balkan or some Slavic language. It won't happen even if you want. Are you going to jump over Hungary? It seems like a person I have a long, interesting conversation with. EAP, just give up already. You're not going to win Heather Green's heart. It's impossible. What do you want, sweetheart? You hungry? Oh, stop it. This I have a fat black male cat, and I got a skinny a female black cat. And there's other cats in the house, and they never bother her. For some reason, when the black male cat is walking around, the female cat hates him. I think because he looks like her. The cat has a problem with self-hatred, psychological issue. What is it, sweetie? You want to go out? Okay, hold on. Whew. Good stuff. We do need some gun control, but again, the point is that the gun, it's on the surface. This is on the surface. There's a deeper issue at hand. That's my whole point. Yeah, Chicago has a very high murder rate, and there's a lot of gun control there. It doesn't work. Doesn't work completely. But the thing about gun control is some of it may help a little bit, but I think it's just it doesn't ultimately. I don't think it really works. Coors Light? No, I don't drink that. I don't drink any light beer. I don't like it. I know. I was acting drunk already. I poured a little bit. I lost my composure. I notice you have not written about possession and related issues of rising occultism in your blogs. You're right. Maybe I should look more into that. The beer connoisseur. Nice golden color. Absolutely. I saw Sam Adams at the Walmart, but it was like Sam Adams Ice. I'm like, no, I'm looking for Sam Adams. They want to see some Turk bashing. Thoughts on David Irving? He's a Holocaust denier. He was put on trial. He sued some woman and lost. He got his cats from the Greek island. Just give everybody co-seers thoughts on Douglas Murray. Who's Douglas Murray? Oh, that guy. I don't like that guy. He's a gay, the gay guy who likes to talk about immigration and the death of the West, and I don't like him at all. I think he's an asshole. I didn't see Summer Ale on there. Black male Chad. Worthy of worship. Do you do weight training? No, I don't. I do push-ups and I hit my heavy bag. I do very light bag work. I'll go like I'll try to go full intensity on the last round. I'll do 4 rounds, 2 minutes each, 1 minute in between. I know that sounds like a real pussy workout, but it's enough for me. I used to do very hard workouts on the heavy bag. Very hard workout. I used to do these 30-minute rounds. No, these 30-minute bag workouts, and I would try to hit 100% each hit. And then the next day, I'd wake up with like wrist pain. I would do I used to do this thing where I would do 60 kicks on the heavy bag each leg. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 60 each leg on the heavy bag, and I would do that 12 times. So 12 rounds, 60 kicks each leg. And that wasn't even the full workout. And then after that, it was 8 rounds on the heavy bag, just basic bag work. And then it was after that, it was like 100. I would do 100 push-ups. It was like I used to do these insane workouts. But that was when I was in my 20s. And then when I got into my 30s, I'm like, I just forget it. I have joint pain after doing these things, so it just doesn't work. Bet your bag has the HOA. Yeah. Colorado is the fittest state in the U.S. I believe it. They're all a bunch of they're eating like trail mix over there. What are your thoughts on gluten-free? I think it's mostly bullshit. Or it just could be like people are having allergic reactions to wheat because of the engineered seed. I don't know why. I have no idea. Is the bond you make with your brothers Korean, Hawaiian, Polish, Irish, Jordanian, God, and country? Interesting. That is a beautiful feeling. Even though I've never really experienced it, but I'm sure it is. There's a rising cases of demonic possession. I believe that. Yep. Many people deny genocides, but Chomsky number 1. Yes, absolutely. Have you ever encountered the Italian mob in the U.S.? Maybe. I've talked to some American Italians. They could have been mob guys. I no idea. I wouldn't know. You know what I mean? I think Italian guys, American Italians who are involved in the mob, I don't think they'll ever tell you that they're in the mob. I think if you were just having dinner with them, or if you were at a get together with your friend and he invited you over and his uncle's in the mafia, I don't think he's going to be like, hey, by the way, I'm in the mafia. Uh, I don't think he would say that. You know, it's one of those things where you go to a dinner and there's some people there and they're all family except for you, and you're talking, you're having good conversations, there's good positive vibes, and you're vibing and all that, and you're eating good food and all that, and then at night when people have a few drinks, your friend and you are talking, and you go, you know that guy, my uncle, he's in the mafia, he's involved in some shit. Oh, okay. It's one of those types of things. Like when I was living in Mexico, there was this student. He would walk around with expensive watches, and he had expensive expensive clothes, and he never gave me any problems. He was a nice guy. I never really talked to him that much, but from my impression of him, he was a nice guy. And one day, I was talking to somebody, and he said, "You know that guy, that Mexican guy." I was living in Mexico, so everybody's almost everybody's Mexican. But you know that guy, Raul. I think his name was Raul. I was like, "Yeah, what about him?" He goes, "You know his dad's in the Mexican mafia." I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "He's in the mafia." His dad's involved in organized crime here in Mexico, and that's why he walks around with those expensive watches and clothes, and he has a car, expensive car, and all this stuff. And he throws really big parties that he invites everybody to. He has a big house. Like his dad's in the mafia, and I was like, wow, okay. But he never came up to me and said, hey, my dad's in the mafia. Like that doesn't happen, you know, unless the guy's full of shit. Uh, People have eaten wheat bread for thousands of years, and some jerk today comes around and says no. Well, I don't think that Raul was in the cartel. His father was in the cartel. Because I rarely ever talked to the guy, except for the occasional hi, hey, what's up? I mean, that was it. He never gave me any problems, and that's the thing. Guys who are in the mafia, they don't really give people problems unless you are messing with them or you're not paying them back or whatever. But they don't really mess with you. Like in Mexico, there's the traditional Mexican mafia, but then there's sort of the more recent breeds of organized criminals, and these are your the Zetas and those types of people, and those people will murder innocent people for fun because they can get away with it, and you do have that phenomena. Come on, Dad. Tony's not in the mafia. You just like fancy suits. What do you mean he's been digging holes in the backyard in the middle of night? He's probably just guarding this. He's them Sicilians like probably just guarding them Sicilians like pro dude. Italian mob is near. Frank Grillo works out 4 hours each day, exercise since a teen, on paleo diet and shows scorching results. Key thing regarding quality of life is to not stop doing things. Okay, good for him. He works out 4 hours a day. That's awesome. What else does he do? Who the hell is Frank Grillo? Oh, this dude. Okay, hold on. Let's be real here. Frank Grillo is the guy who played in The Purge. He was in The Purge too. I think he's an okay actor. That's his job. His job is to be jacked and ripped. If he's not jacked and ripped, then guess what? He loses his marketability as an actor. That's why he plays all these action heroes, because he's jacked. He works out longer than 4 hours. I think he works out like 6 hours a day or something. That's his job, though. Like he can afford to do that. That's his job. Now, in my life, what happens? My life is dedicated to what? Blogging and vlogging and doing research and writing and reading and all that stuff. So I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to dedicate 4 hours of my day to go work out, because those 4 hours could be me researching and writing and things like that. So I don't do long workouts. I do just enough to give me energy and to prevent me from becoming a complete fat ass. Yeah. Now, if I was an action star actor and I had to be ripped, you're damn right I'd be working out 4 or 5 hours a day. Because for one thing, I'm getting paid to do all that stuff. So this is not even a comparison. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think Joe. If it was a fight between Joe Rogan and Frank Green, my money's on Joe Rogan. Sure, it's inspiring, absolutely, but it's like you can't say like there's no excuse. This guy works out 4 hours. It's of course he could work out 8 hours a day. You know how them Italians like their fresh pasta. You knew a Russian gangster in Cincinnati? Oh, damn. Sure, he made a good borscht. What sounds like an infomercial? My talk or the talk about Frank Grillo? Any updates on your gaming? I haven't played video games in months. I need to start getting back in video games. I don't I haven't I've been working on website stuff and gardening stuff and all that stuff. Frank Grillo also trains in martial arts, though. He trains in boxing. Your local mayor is a mob boss. That's a funny one. Exactly. It's like an ancient Greek Olympian who works out several hours a day going up to some peasant like, "Why aren't you?" Exactly. Exactly. It's like these MMA guys, like those MMA guys are jacked because it's their job. That's their job to be jacked, you know? I have an Xbox One. I need to get back. I started playing Resident Evil 0. Was it 0? No, I started playing Resident Evil 1 months ago, and then I stopped because I just started doing the blogging stuff and all that stuff. And with my free time, I'm doing a lot of cooking and drawing, and it's a pain in the ass. Although some creeps used to do drop offs behind our school. Speaking of drop offs and Europeans, have you guys ever seen the film The Drop Off? It has the guy from The Sopranos, and it has Tom Hardy in it, and it's with the Chechen mafia in America somewhere. I thought it was a pretty decent film. Have you been? I'm doing good. 117 Rebel. 30 years ago, almost every pickup truck in the high school parking lots down south had a loaded gun in it. Shotguns, rifles. But yep, I know. I know. I know. I went to a high school in the Hicks. It was an ethnically almost entirely German community, and people had shotguns in their trucks. And how many shootings happened? None. There were no shootings. There were fist fights that happened over women, but that happens. That's pretty normal. Well, it's not normal. It's not acceptable behavior, but it happens. But there was no shootings. Men fight over women. I've seen this before. Men fist fighting over women. I think that's so stupid. I think it's so dumb. And as dumb as it sounds, the sad thing about it is that it actually men will actually fist fight over a woman. It's insane to me. I think it's so insane. Like, I don't know. I don't think a woman is worth getting into a fist fight over. Like, if she's with some other guy and you want to fight, like, why? Who cares? Go play video games or something. He suspects that they used to smuggle stuff from Bosnia at first time. He had to pick up the car up. Oh, drug. Yeah, smuggling's a big problem over there in Eastern Europe, in southern Eastern Europe, Bulgaria, and all that. They have a lot of problems with smuggling drugs and people. Pride. Yeah, that's the thing. It's pride. But I just don't see. I don't think it's worth it to fight over a woman. I think that's dumb because she doesn't even like you. She doesn't even like you. You like? You're risking your teeth over a woman. I mean, I don't even play video games. People are like, the reason why you're not working out that long is because you're probably just busy doing video game. No, I'm not actually. I'm doing gardening. I'm doing chicken raising. I'm doing blogging. I'm preparing for videos. I try to do a video at least once a day or every other day. Um, like I'm doing interviews. Like I interview people. I'm working on editing a video right now. Um, like I don't even play video games. And then I squeeze in a workout because I know that it's good for me. So I do a four round 2 minutes, a 2 minute round, a heavy bag workout. The 2 minute round idea came from, I learned it from a YouTube channel. There's a guy from England. He fought for England in the Olympics. I forgot his name. His last name is Jeffries. He has a YouTube channel, which if you want to learn about like boxing basics, it's pretty helpful. Jeffries is his last name. He fought for England in the Olympics back in the early 2000s. But he talked about he has a video about the 4 round workout, like 2 minutes each, 1 minute break. And he said it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you're doing it right, it's going to be good for you. Plus, like the idea of doing 4 rounds in a heavy bag is actually pretty good because you want to train, you want to try to do a little bit of training every day. And if you're going to be doing training every single day, you can't be doing hard workouts every day. Like you're going to burn out or whatever. So you got to break it down and be smart and don't destroy your body that much. So I know from experience that when you train really hard on a heavy bag, or you're doing mitts and sparring, you're doing all these things, you could wake up with sores and aches and pains and things like that. So ever since I started doing the 4 round bag workout, I don't have those issues. I don't have pains in my wrist and things like that. And he explains each round to you. So first round, so each round is going to be 2 minutes, 1 minute break in between. You get in front of the bag, and the first round is just going to be straight punches. So jabs and crosses. That's it. Jabs and crosses. And you don't have to go 100%. You can just gentle jab, boom, cross, gentle jab, boom, cross. You can do double cross, double right hand, and just do straight punches. You can just move around, look at the bag, kind of visualize something, sharp jab, boom, and then that's 2 minutes, right? And you don't have to go that hard. 1 minute break, and because it's 1 minute, 1 minute's a long time for a rest, especially for just a 2 minute round. That's a light 2 minute round. So during the 1 minute break, you can sort of like move around the bag, get your heart rate going some more, hit the bag gently, gently, maybe throw in a hard one. And then the next 2 minutes, it's going to be, it has to be every in the second round, every combination has to end with a left hook. So it could be anything. It could be like jab, cross, left hook, right, straight, left hook. It could be anything, but it just has to end with a left hook. That's round number 2. Third round is 3-punch combination. So every combination has to be 3 punches. It could be anything. It could be jab, cross, left hook. It could be a jab, double left hook. It could be a right straight, left hook. It could be just a simple right hook, right uppercut, left hook. I mean, it could just, you can be creative. And don't make the same mistake that I did in the beginning, just like going crazy, like trying to throw as many left 3-punch combos as possible. Like, think about what you're doing. And this is something that I've picked up recently, because like when I was training in my 20s, it was just like, I want to hit this bag as hard as I possibly can and as fast as I can. And that's really good for fitness. Like that's going to get you in shape. But because I'm not focusing so much on getting ripped, and I'm focusing more on just like getting a good workout, I think more about my combos. So it's like, okay, when I throw that left hand, I'm going to follow up with a right straight. When I throw that right straight, I'm going to think about my body. What's my body doing? Making sure my hips are turning, making sure I twist on my right foot so I can get that full turn of my body to try to use as much power as possible. And I'm going to throw it with some precision. I'm going to think about it as I do it. I'm going to think about it with some mindfulness. And that's the third round. And then the fourth round is everything. The fourth round is straight punches, 3-punch combinations, combos that end with a left hook, double right, I mean, anything. So the fourth round is your time to be creative. And one thing that I have done, I do this sometimes, is when the 4 rounds are over, I will play a song on the loudspeaker, and I will do sort of a meditative punch workout, a meditative round that's as long as the song. So if you play a 4-minute song, a 3-minute and 30-second long song, that's a 3-minute and 30-second long round. And I'll do that sometimes as my final round. And it's like just listening to music and just visualizing something, and then thinking about every punch. Like, don't just try to don't just flail over the bag. Again, if you want to do that for fitness, then that's good for fit. It will help you get in shape. But if you just want to think about mechanics, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, how do I utilize my body for power? Not just focusing on getting in good shape, just like left hand. Okay, instead of just throwing a right hand as hard as I can, think about moving my hips, think about turning on the ball of my right foot to unleash as much power as possible. Thinking about throwing the punch lightly until impact, and thinking about how right before impact, I'm going to tense everything. I'm going to tense my knuckles, my arm, everything. And just thinking about all these things, because I'm not good at boxing. Like, I don't consider myself a boxer. I've trained in kickboxing for a couple of years, but I was not good. So, and I enjoyed it though, and I enjoyed it because it got me fit, got me in shape because I had a coach, and the coach told me everything that I needed to do, and he would make me do all these workouts that would get me in shape, and he did. He got me in excellent shape. But now I'm drinking beer. I'm a little chubby. Uh, I don't really want to take the time to train for an hour. I want to work more on reading things, but I do at the same time want to do exercise. That 4 round idea is really helpful because I feel really good afterwards. I have more energy, get my heart rate up. Um, and I'm just because I'm not focusing on going hard, I'm focusing more on mechanics. Like, am I doing this right? And I try to be as mechanical as possible. It kind of explains why when you watch professional boxers hit a bag, um, you rarely ever see a boxer just like going full out on the bag. You always say, watch Canelo, watch any of these boxers, not all of them, but most of these boxers, when they hit, they're thinking a lot about mechanics. They're not going full balls to the wall on the bag. They just pow. They want that pop. They want that good mechanical straight boom right hand on the bag. And it's a lot of fun. I think it's fun to see the difference. Like before, I used to throw a really fast right hand, and it felt really powerful because I was just going all at it, and it probably was hard, but it didn't feel felt kind of off. Like it didn't feel proper. Didn't the technique? It didn't feel like the technique was there. But now that I'm thinking about it more, I'm like, wow, I do feel a difference. I've been watching these tutorial videos on YouTube, and it's like, pow, I do feel it. Anyway, yeah, I suck at boxing, so but I'm just having a flow of consciousness here. But even if you suck at fighting, it like me, I'm not a good fighter. I don't consider myself a fighter. Um, I think it's so cool to train in martial arts, like to at least get a heavy bag, And if you can't hang a bag, get one of those. Like if you can't hang a bag from your ceiling in your garage, just get one of those power station bag holders, and or you can get one of those bags that have a base, and you fill up the base with water. I've had one of those before, and those work really well. But get yourself a bag. Like some people do shadow boxing and punching the air, and that's also really good. But there's something about a bag that's just so fun. Like you can just boom, you just feel your knuckles sinking into it. It's a really good feeling. You get a lot of stress out. Yeah, I recently do some basic Muay Thai. Yeah, Muay Thai is cool. No, I see. I, I don't want to do a boxing vlog because it's like I'm not qualified to do like what are you gonna I guess you could see me train just to see me train, but don't think of it as a tutorial. But I'm just talking about my life here. Yes, gardening is a workout, absolutely. It's not like a heavy, hard workout where you're doing like hard, intense cardio work and you're burning tons of calories, but you are burning calories nonetheless while gardening. You are getting your heart rate up, you're pulling weeds, you're digging holes, you're doing those types of things. So I think that hard exercise every single day is not good for you. I know, right? It sounds like some cucky pussy stuff to say, but I don't think it's good for you. I used to do like I used to be very obsessed until recently. I was like obsessed with doing hard workouts. When I one day I'm going to do a video on my martial arts experience, but when I first started training, I knew absolutely nothing. I couldn't even kick above my knee, and I went and I started training under this coach. He was a taekwondo master. This guy was vicious. He was good, scary good. He could kick you so hard, he'd drop you and crush your ribs. I mean, it was scary, and he got your ass in shape. He was brutal. He was a ruthless guy, but he got your ass in shape. And his workouts were all hard. All of his workouts were tough. Like all of his workouts were high intensity. You're burning tons of calories, and he would have us stand in front of it wasn't like a traditional heavy bag. It was one of those bags that had a water base in the bottom. They were filled up with water or sand. I think he had them filled up with sand. So they were pretty stable, but they weren't hanging from a chain like a traditional bag. So he would have us go in front of one of those, or he would have us go in front of one of those. It's not a heavy bag, but it's like a standing. It's a dummy, right? It's a human shaped dummy. It looks kind of like a mannequin. It's rubbery and it's full of sand, and you can punch it. But it's like it has the it's a man like structure. They call it a bob, and it has a face and a nose, a chest, shoulder. So you get when you're hitting it, you get the feeling of fighting an actual human being. It's like trying to stimulate a sparring match. But it's good for building accuracy because you can see the nose, you see a nose, a chin, the jaw, you see the top of the head, the shoulder, the chest, and the way that they shape the chest. They have the solar plexus, so you can train like okay, punching to the solar plexus, boom, punching to the chin, punching to the jaw, the side of the head, the temple, all these things. And he would have us get in one in front. He would have us get in front of one of these things, and he would say, okay, you're gonna punch this thing for 2 minutes. Okay, I want to see jabs, crosses, hooks, right hooks. I want to see it all. So you would punch this thing for 2 minutes, and then for the last 30 seconds of that 2 minute round, he would say, "Okay, I want you to punch as fast and hard as you can for those 30 seconds. I don't want to see no thinking. I don't want to see no strategy. I just want you to wail on this thing for as hard and fast as you can for 30 seconds." And that would gas you out. And then you would rest for a minute, and then you do it again. You rest for a minute, you do it again. He would make us do that for like 5, 6, 7 rounds. It was insane. But those, and then he would have us do this one workout. It was so like, in the beginning, I hated this, but as I got in better shape, it wasn't so bad. But it was like kicking pyramids. So you would get a partner, and then each one of you would wear a chest protector. And if you ever watch like Olympic Taekwondo, they have chest protectors. You would put one of those on. I still have mine. You would put that on, and each one of you would have this chest protector on, and it would say, okay, you're okay. One of you guys is gonna kick the other in the ribs. You have the chest protector, so those things can take a lot of impact, so it's not that painful. You're gonna kick. It's not really painful at all, but you can kick. You kick the other guy in the ribs, and then he kicks you in the ribs. You kick the other guy in the ribs. He kicks you in the ribs. You kick the other guy in the ribs, and you would do 20. Was it 20? Yeah, you would do 20. So this is how it would work. You would go one kick, and then two kicks, two kicks. So you would kick him once, he kick you once. You kicked him twice. It was one, two, 1, 2, 3. And you would do that until you hit 20. Oh, so it's like one kick. Okay, not that bad. Two kicks, three kicks, four kicks, five kicks, seven kicks, eight kicks, nine kicks, 10 kicks, 11 kicks, 12 kicks, 13. And by the time you were done, you couldn't even stand. But we would do stuff like that. It was insane. So when I got out of that school, I still had that in my mind. Like I got to always do hard workouts. So I continued to do it on the bag. And I did that for pretty much the entirety of my 20s. And then I hit 30 and I kind of still did it. But then I noticed like, man, I'm getting more pains in my wrists. I'm getting pains on my shoulder. I'm getting like, it wasn't, I didn't have the same experience anymore. And plus I was doing a lot more writing and reading and it's like, yeah. So one day I found this video, and the video was like the perfect workout for beginners on a bag, and it was by this guy, this English guy who fought for England in the Olympics. His last name is Jeffries, and he did this video on why like how to do this 4 round bag workout. And I'm like, okay, I'm sticking to this. So I don't really do. I used like recently, until recently, I was doing like 30-minute heavy bag workouts, 25-minute, 20-minute long heavy bag workouts, and they're fun, but it's like, I don't know. They take a lot of time because you got to stretch, and then you do the workout, and then after you're done with the workout, you shower. It's yeah. What else was I going to say? How many people got? 22 people on this stream. What was I going to say? The bag stuff. Yeah, get a heavy bag, guys. It's a lot of fun. Helps you release stress. But also, I started watching a guy. He's a Middle Eastern guy who used to train GSP. He trained GSP. What's his name? Zahabi. Uh, what's his first name? His last name is Zahab. Is it Zahabi? Who's the guy who trained GSP? Firas Zahabi. So this guy, he's a Lebanese guy who lives in Canada, and he trained GSP. He's considered like one of the top of the line coaches for mixed martial arts. And he did this interview with Joe Rogan and talking about like why you shouldn't train that hard. And he talked about how you need to train your body so that you can train every day, not train yourself so intensely that you have to rest the next day. So I learned some things about how to work out in a more smart way as opposed to working too intensely. And then I started watching this Russian dude. I think he's Belarusian, and he was the one who popularized kettlebell training in America. Hold on, Belarusian kettlebell. What was the name of the guy? Pavel Satsuline. The name sounds Greek, but he's Belarusian. And this guy, he did a bunch of videos on working out, and he did a Joe Rogan interview about this, and he said that if you're like the way that you can gauge whether or not a workout is healthy is if you're working out and you can't talk to the guy next to you because you're so out of breath. Like if you can't talk to the guy next to you, then you're going too hard. Even though you feel like, oh, I'm doing really good heart cardio, it's good for me. You're working out too hard. If you work out and you can still talk to the guy next to you, then you're doing it in a more healthy way. Um, yeah. Anyway, that's my rant on working out, guys. How did he match you up? He would usually go by size, so he would say like, okay, the bigger guys go with each other, sort of thing. Incremental workout are important if you want to maintain strength. Farah Sahabi, yep. Yep, we would do hundreds of kicks. It was intense. It was absolutely insane. I hated doing that workout. It wasn't that bad after a while, but it's still even when I was in good shape, it still sucked. It wasn't really by weight. It was he would just kind of size us up. He'd be like, "Okay, you're big. You guys go. You're small. You're small. You're medium." He would just size you up. That's all he would do. And if you couldn't find anybody, yeah, you were a 200 something pound guy, and you were going to be sparring with a 120 pounder. Yep, that happened. But he would always say like, hey, he's 110 pounds. Like, don't hit him hard. Go light. You know. Yeah, we can do music, but I'm gonna read you guys' comments here. Do I get jealous of fit dudes? No, I don't care. I don't give a shit about that stuff. Um, Canada passed a bill to prosecute the crimes committed on the moon. Better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. I'll be the gardener in the war. Anybody know how much a heavy bag weighs? It varies on the size. You can get a 75-pound bag. You could get a 100-pound bag. You can get a 130-pound bag. It depends. Usually, when you go to a sports store like Dick's Sporting Goods, you're going to find bags that vary between like 75 pounds to 100 pounds. The best offense is a good defense, which is why I have a lot of respect for the Asians for their martial arts, including India. I got a song, Afro-Cuban All-Stars, Armor Verdadero. Verdadero. Okay, let's listen to this. Some of you guys send me some masterpieces, some real bangers. By the way, Have any of you guys ever heard of a YouTube channel called Millennial Thinker? That he makes cartoons that are basically they're just like animated visualizations of all of the tragedies of the millennial and Zoomer generations. Some of them are really well done, I must say, and a little too realistic. Uh, somebody just asked me a question about the end times. I don't know what to say. Yeah, some of it is very deep, those videos. Like he gets into these he has like an animation for like the pickup artist and animations for people like animations with people who hate women, animations for about doomers, animation. It's like it's really interesting. I look at it as kind of like it's kind of like societal commentary on the problems of the millennial generation. One thing about the millennial, and I'll try to I'll get to your guys' music. Don't worry. One of the things about the millennial generation that I found or that I find interesting because I am a millennial um, is the amount of loneliness that is in the millennial generation. So when I was going to school, there were a lot of men, young men who were loners. A lot of them were. You would see this all the time on the school bus, in the classroom, in the cafeteria. Like there were all these kids, the young men who had no friends. And they weren't necessarily evil people. They just weren't social, or there was nothing about them that attracted other people. They maybe they were like society, they were like socially awkward people, but there was a lot of that in the millennial generation. And I think it's probably even worse in the Zoomer generation because now you have like the internet and that makes people way more. The Zoomer generation is the first generation in the world to be born with the internet. Like the millennial generation, we were introduced to the internet in the late 90s, early 2000s. We were introduced to the internet. And even when we had the internet, it was like the AOL stuff where nobody could use the phone as long as the internet was on. And there was no YouTube. There was like AOL Instant Messenger, and there was some forums and things like that. But it wasn't nowhere. It was nothing like what it is today. And now I think with the internet, people like lonely people, they can just people who have no friends in real life, they can just go online and have friends, and they don't feel as bad. But also like the gossip, there's always been gossip, but I'm pretty sure that now like, people in high school are they're on the internet, they're on TikTok, they're on whatever, and their friends from school or their classmates, like the bully is also online, and your friends are online, and so people are probably scoping each other out online and sending nasty messages and doing cyberbullying, and it's just and they don't unplug. That's the thing. It's like we're living in the matrix. Like we don't unplug. But when I was growing up in school uh in the early 2000s, late 1990, well I was in late 1990s, I was in elementary school, but in high school in the early 2000s, like there was a lot of kids who were lonely, and they were most of them were male. There were some girls that were ostracized, but that's because they were really ugly, and that's also a sad situation to be in. But for the most part, it's males who are sort of left alone, uh, and that may explain a lot of the school shootings and things like that. There's too much ostracization, and people end up hating humanity, and I don't know. Doesn't excuse it at all. But that, you have, like, for example, if you ever talk to your grandparents, or if you ever talked with your great grandparents, you'll notice that, talking to them, they they had social circles growing up. Uh, it was easy to get married. Like talking to my grandmother, my mom's dad. She grew up in California, and she told me that there was a joke amongst the young ladies in her generation that to call college like a married a husband finder. That's what they called college something like that. Like, oh, that's where you go to find a husband. You don't necessarily go there to find to get a degree. You go there to find a husband, and so it was easier, I think, for people to get married than it is now. Um, there's less interest about marriage and things like that, but it was very rare. I mean, just from hearing the testimonies of elderly people, it was very rare for somebody in that generation to never be married. It was rare for somebody in that generation to be just completely ostracized in the sexual marketplace. There's a guy on YouTube. He lives in Bulgaria. I don't know. He's like an American guy who lives in Bulgaria. I forget his name, but he has some kind of like call girl business. Not call girl. Yeah, it's like a call girl bit. Anyway, he there was a YouTube short. You know how sometimes you scroll down, you watch the YouTube shorts. There was a YouTube short of this guy talking, and I'm not a fan of the guy. I don't really care about this guy, but YouTube shorts can be very random. And I was scrolling down, and this video popped up, and he was talking about loneliness amongst men, and he said that you will not believe how lonely so many men in the world are. He said, women, if they're reasonably attractive, they're going to have men trying to sneak up in their DMs. They're going to have men flirting with them. He said, if you're just an average dude, he's like, he said, no one's going to write you. You're not going to get the attention that a woman will get. He said, you have no idea like how lonely so many men are. And it's very true. And the YouTube channel, Millennial Thinker, it deals a lot with this phenomena. Like there's a phenomena of men in their 30s who don't have any friends. There is a phenomena of men in their 30s who don't have any social circle. This exists. There's a phenomena, and it's not just in America, it's all over the world, of men in their 30s and 40s who have never been married. They've never been married. And if I tell my grandmother about this phenomena, she'll tell me that that's completely insane, but it's the reality. You know, I know. Oh, okay. I'm going to hear about how I'm wrong and how the reason why people don't want to get married is because there's a lack of money in the world, right? When robots with true AI will change the landscape of relationships. I don't know if that's true. That could be true. I don't know. I think most people want like real human interaction. The black pill is true. I am tempted to give you guys my whole experience with the whole black pill thing. It was a painful journey for me. But when I hit the age of 30, I stopped giving a shit. And I sincerely mean that. I stopped giving a shit. Yep, I knew Heather Green was gonna do it. I knew it. It's almost like she's trying to troll me. I know. I was thinking to myself, watch, Heather's gonna say, the reason why they're not getting married is because of money. No, the reason why people don't get married as much is because they have other aspirations in life. That's the reason why. You can't tell me that that your grandmother's generation was wealthier than the generation today. They most likely weren't. They were poor. They still got married. They had kids. That's a bullshit argument. That just makes absolutely zero sense. My grandmother was not rich at all, and she got married and had 3 kids. My Mexican grandparents weren't rich at all, and they had 10 kids. Like what you're saying is just bullshit. It just doesn't make any sense at all. You repeat it every time the subject comes up. So I guess you can just be a broken record. I don't know, but it's just not. It just doesn't make any sense what you're saying. Um, Sorry for going into a rant like that. I hope I'm not trying to be rude here. It just doesn't make sense. It's not an adequate theory. Um, just to give you anecdotal evidence, I've talked to a lot of women. Okay, a lot of women. Not like hundreds and hundreds, but I've talked to dozens and dozens. And this, I have never in my life heard a woman say, I don't want to get married because the dollar is not as valuable as it was in the 1970s or whatever. I've never heard any woman ever, never happened. That's never happened. Okay. Never in my life has a woman ever said, I don't want to get married right now. You're like, like the dollar's not what it used to be. The value of the dollar, Heather, you're talking as if like everybody is a walking economist. That's not what they say. What they say is, I don't want to get married right now because there are things that I want to do in my life. I want to get a degree. I want to get a career. I would like to have fun with my friends. I would like to go to clubs. I would like to just enjoy my youth without having the distraction of children. This is what I hear. I don't hear anybody talking about the value of the dollar or the stock market. That's all bullshit. Okay. Another thing that I hear is I don't want to get married because the world is so miserable, like all the wars and all that stuff. And like I feel like it's cruel to bring a child into this world. I've heard that a couple of times, but usually what it is I don't want to get married right now. I want to do things with my life right now in my 20s. And then when I hit my 30s, then I will pursue marriage. This is the most common occurrence, okay, when it comes to young ladies. Trust me, bro. Yep, exactly. Um, what's your thought on robot lovers? I think it's freaking weird. Yep, it ain't a cash thing. My grandparents had their homes burned, fathers killed, sheep stolen, and their marriage cost my grandpa a better job. If it ain't, it's not a cash thing. That's complete bullshit. It's a complete cultural thing. The unattractive, the girls who are young and they're like, I want to get married. I want to get married. Those girls are either ugly or they're good looking, but there's something socially off about them. This has been my experience with this. Um, like the ones who want to get married at a young age, they're not necessarily ugly. Like some of them are good looking, but there's something I want to say socially or psychologically off to the point where you're like, if I get married, she could put poison in my food or something. Like I've seen this before. That's from my experience, my own anecdotal experience. Okay. Um, Black pill stuff. So, uh, when I was younger, I heard that women want a man who is like responsible and they're kind and but they're like they know what they want and they're good with children and they're fatherly. This is that type of stuff. This is the type of stuff I heard as a kid. So I believed that. I believed that stuff. And then when I got into junior high, I was like, okay, junior high. And then um, I didn't talk to girls at all when I was in first year of junior high. Although there were girls who liked me, I was too shy to pursue anything. Um, First year of junior high, I met a Ukrainian immigrant who beat me up. It was a horrible experience. I still remember it to this day. First time somebody beat me up like that. First time I ever got beaten up in my life. Actually, it was a horrible experience that I had. And I saw the bullying and the pecking order, and it was like Darwin's theory right in front of your eyes. Like it was either you were with the cool kids, who the cool kids were who they were the athletes, they were the bullies, those were the cool kids, and I would watch, and the kids that I hung out with, they were kind of on the socially awkward side. Weren't bad people. They were just They were just weren't assholes. And I watched numerous times as girls, attractive girls, pursued uh, bullies. That's what I saw. Now there were girls who liked me, but again, I was too shy to do anything. Um, so that was my experience. And seventh grade, it was pretty much the same thing. Eighth grade was a little bit better because in eighth grade, I began to be, I had a little bit, I hung out with more kids. By more, I mean like maybe two or three more kids. Eighth grade was a year where I learned about trolling. That's when the spirit of the troll awakened within me, and I trolled teachers all the time. So when I was in eighth grade, I had a teacher named Miss Bruno, and Miss Bruno was a crazy, crazy left wing lunatic. Hated George Bush, hated Arnold Schwarzenegger because Schwarzenegger was the governor of California at the time. We had an Austrian governor. I know, it's so fascinating. Um, and we would argue all the time about everything. We argued about evolution, argued about global warming, about the Native Americans, and blah blah blah. And she would say, our this land is stolen land. We are living on stolen land. And I just looked at her and I said, you can always move. And it was just like, and this is before the internet. I was trolling the teachers. And eighth grade was the year that I discovered the forum. This was the year I discovered the forum. I went on so in the school, they had a computer room. So they had an after school program. There was this after school program where you could go and take cooking, like after school was out, you could go to the cafeteria and you could take cooking lessons once a week. And then there was a computer class. And so I took cooking lessons, and this is when my passion in cooking really began. Cooking classes, and then there was the computer class. The computer class was basically where you could get on a computer and do what you want. You could go online, you could play a game. They had games on each computer that you could play, very pixely games like Frogger or something like that. And you would do that for 2 hours or so. And I remember going to the computer room after class, and I would get on the forums. And there was a forum that I found. It was like Red Zone Forum or something, and it was basically like it was American conservative forum where American conservatives can get together and rant and release their stress about how much they hated liberals. And that's what I did. I went onto this forum and I would spend hours on it reading different posts. I'm pretty certain my posts are somewhere online, but I remember I would write these like articles on this thing about how like liberals are wrong. And I remember writing this one post about how like society, because I remember when I was in school, they taught me about like electrical circuits and what is a circuit. Like they taught me about like they gave us this little plastic electrical circuit. And it was this plastic electrical circuit, and it had all these little indentations on it, and there was little wires inside of it, and then there was a little button, and you pressed, I don't know how it worked, but you pressed the button, a little spark would come. Like, you see, this is how electricity works. So at that class, that lesson about electricity inspired me to write this post on this forum. And I was like this angry, I was this very angry 13-year-old right-wing American. That's what I was. I listened to Michael Savage every single day. Loved Michael Savage. And the reason why I loved Michael Savage was because it's like his voice was mine. Because you have to understand, I was living in Northern California with a bunch of left-wing lunatics. It wasn't just the teachers that were liberal. It was all the students that were like hardcore Democrat, hardcore. And this is the thing, and I think this can be easily observed. So if a liberal disagrees with the conservative, right, the chance of that conservative being like vitriolic and vicious is a lot less than a Democrat or a hardcore liberal being vitriolically just uh rhetorical, like vitriolic and vicious. I have seen so many times liberals argue with conservatives in public, in real life, and the conservatives like, you're wrong, and this is why you're wrong. Like, let me explain to you why you're wrong. Like, and conservatives tend to have more uh they tend to have more composure when they argue. That's from my observation. But when I was in school, and if you in Northern California in the early 2000s, it was in the middle of the Iraq War. The Iraq War was new. 9/11 was fresh in our minds. Everybody hated George Bush. Um, Not everybody, but most people hated George Bush. If you said like, "Hey, the, I support like I'm against abortion or something," it wasn't like somebody would just come up to you and say, "I disagree with you." That's not what happened. It would be, "You're an idiot. You're just a moron. And these were like 12, 13-year-old teenagers talking this way. And the reason why they acted that way is because they learned it from their parents. Bottom line, like that's the behavior that they picked up from their parents. If you weren't a complete Stephen Colbert American, then you were a retard. That's how you were treated. So having these experiences, I would turn on Michael Savage, and Michael Savage was living in Northern California. He was living in, I think he still lives there. He was alive from freaking San Francisco, and he was telling people on the air in San Francisco, from San Francisco, that liberalism is a mental disorder. Liberals are crazy. So I listen to that every single day because that soothed me. It soothed me. I lived in a freaking, I was going to a whack job school, and so I would go on this forum, and I'm like, I learned about the electric circuits, and I go on the forum, and I remember writing this diatribe about how like society works like a giant electrical circuit. You need the wires. Everything has to work together. Liberals are creating disunity. They're destroying the body politic. Like I went all out on this forum. So that's when I discovered the forum. And then I got really into video games, like hardcore into video games. I was into GoldenEye, Banjo Kazooie, Super Smash Brothers. The World Is Not Enough on N64. And then I got into Resident Evil. Like that was the big thing for me. That was a huge thing for me. And I got into video game forums. So there was a video game forum that I used to visit. I don't know if it's still there, but it was the Tommy Tallarico forum. Tommy Tallarico was a musician. He is still alive, so he's a musician for video games. He made music for video games. I'm not sure if he still does it though. He's nowhere near. He's not even famous anymore. But Tommy Tallarico was a big deal back in the gaming industry in the early 2000s and all that. And there was a television station. It was called G4 TV, and it was a channel that dedicated to all things video games. And I remember I used to watch the E3 awards. I watched Tommy Tallarico. I watched his show every day. He had a show where he would play a video game and he would rate the game. So he'd be like, "This game, I give it a 5. I give it like a 10 out of 10. This game sucks. I give it a 1." And I'd watch that every single day like clockwork. So I got into the forums and I started like looking at video games. That was like my whole thing. But during this whole time, I was having a lot of fun trolling people, trolling teachers. I had a teacher, oh my God, she was a hardcore liberal and she absolutely hated me. And she would like she had this poster of the what was it again? She had a poster of the Constitution on the wall, the U.S. Constitution. And I remember it was one of those days where like everybody in the class was doing their own thing, people were talking, whatever. And I remember getting up and walking to it and looking at the Constitution. And I wasn't trying to like troll or anything. I was just reading the Constitution. And it wasn't the Constitution; it was the Declaration of Independence, not the Constitution. No, it was the Declaration of Independence, which was kind of like the foreshadower of the Constitution. And she's like, "Ted, I want you to sit down." And I said, "Well, why? I'm reading the Declaration of Independence." And she's like, "I said sit down right now." And I'm like, everybody's walking around, everybody's talking. Why do I have to sit down? I'm reading the Declaration of Independence. And she's like, "That's it. Get out of my class." And this was the sort of thing that happened almost on a daily basis. I'm not exaggerating. So, oh my God, I'm giving you guys my whole life story. So one day I go to the PE class, right? Physical education class. And in PE, they made you run and play basketball and all this nonsense that I didn't want to do. But you would sweat a little bit, and they would say, like, you got to run a mile. I would just walk the whole time. That's the kind of guy I was. And you break a sweat doing that. And after PE was over, I remember I had this bottle of Axe body spray, and I sprayed the body spray because I don't want to smell like a skunk. I'd rather smell like a skunk going on a hot date, because you still smell like sweat. So I put the Axe body spray on, and I went to Miss Bruno's class because that was the next class, and she said, "Ted, do you have Axe body spray on?" And I said, "Yeah." Are because the commercials for all the Axe body spray, right? It's like if you spray Axe, the ladies will love you, sort of thing. So I'm like, "Oh yeah." The teacher has the hots for me, and she's like, "Is that Axe body spray?" I'm like, "Yes, it is, ma'am. How can I help you?" And she said, "Leave the classroom right now. I'm allergic to Axe." I'm like, well, this is I need to sue Axe for false advertisement because they always told me that if you spray Axe, it'll attract women, and my teacher said that I had to leave because she was repulsed by the smell. I should sue the company for false advertisement. But anyway, I left the classroom, and I thought that I was being treated unjustly. I felt like she found a reason to mess with me. So the next day, I got together with my two friends and we said, "This is what we're going to do. We're going to get one of us, not me, one of us is going to be sprayed with a ton of Axe body spray. And we're going to spray one of you." And there was this guy, his name was Lloyd. And we said, "We're going to spray Lloyd with so much Axe body spray, right? Tons of Axe body spray. And we're going to pour in some aftershave in it to make it worse. And then what we're going to do is we're all going to walk into the classroom like normal. She's going to say, 'Who has Axe body spray?' I'm going to say, 'I do.' She's going to say, 'Ted, leave.' And Lloyd is going to stay in the classroom." So we we I took my bottle of Axe body spray and I sprayed, I want to say, the whole damn thing on this guy. And then my other friend got his Axe body spray and, and the whole bottle of Axe. And then somebody was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" We're like, "This Bruno is allergic to any sort of cologne, so we're gonna spray the shit out of this guy with all the cologne that we have." And he's like, "Dude, awesome! Here's my bottle of aftershave." So we're spraying aftershave. We're spraying aftershave on this guy. Two bottles of Axe, like a half a bottle of aftershave got on this guy. So we go into the classroom, and Miss Bruno's like, "Ted, I thought I told you not to put Axe. Do you have Axe on?" I said, "Yes, I do." She's like, "Get out of my classroom right now." I said, "Yes, ma'am. You got it. Leave the class." And she's like, "I thought he left the room, right?" "Yeah, Ted's gone." And I'm just sitting there laughing outside, laughing, and she's coughing and coughing and coughing, and she couldn't even focus on the lesson. And Lloyd's sitting there like a freaking bomb, just trying to keep himself from busting, laughing his ass off. Good times, absolute good times. And they came out of the class, and I was laughing. We were all just laughing. We're having a good joke. And it was amazing. It was amazing. Good times. But in the midst of me having all this fun, getting beaten up by a Ukrainian, at a very young age, experiencing the glories of Ukrainian culture, um, trolling my teachers, I got suspended so many times in school. I got suspended, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this. On a weekly basis, I was getting suspended. And by suspended, I don't mean that they would send me home, because you can't send a kid home every week because he would never go to school. What they would do is they would just have me sweep the floors. So I would do. I would get suspended, and then they would have me sweep the floor. And I was doing this, I'm not exaggerating when I say this, multiple times a week. And then many times they would give me a Friday suspension, which was basically you sitting in a room on a Friday afternoon for like 30 minutes or something. So the reason why I would get suspended so many times is because Miss Bruno would mess with me, and she'd be like, "Ted, I want you to sit down. Ted, stop talking." There was this one time I asked Miss Bruno, because we would do like history, right? History. And in California, when you take history, what that basically means is let's bash the European settlers for an hour. That's what history is. Let's talk about how evil the Europeans were, how good and righteous and saintly the Native Americans were. That was history in California. And here I was watching Saving Private Ryan, I was watching Schindler's List, I was watching The Pianist, and I'm like, man, I'm watching movies on World War II and the Holocaust, and we're not even talking about that in school. We're talking about the Native Americans. Who gives a shit about the Native Americans? So I told the teacher, I looked at, I said, Miss Bruno, I said, are we going to talk about the Holocaust? I just straight up looked at her and said, I said, with a totally straight face, are we going to talk about the Holocaust? She puts her hands on her hips and she says, Ted, be quiet. I mean, we're living in liberal California. You would think that we would be talking about the evils of the far right Nazis, but we're not. We're talking about the Native Americans, right? So, in the midst of having all this amazing fun, experiencing the glories of Ukrainian culture at the age of 11, dealing with liberal, far left students and teachers, not really, yeah, far left, liberal, hardcore Democrats, whatever you want to call them, pranking the teachers, going on conservative forums and raging about, literally going on Democrat forums online and trolling the Democrats, trolling the teacher with an Axe body spray bomb. In the midst of all of this amazing fun that I had no girlfriend. There was no girlfriend at all in my life whatsoever. I had a very small social circle. I didn't really care. That didn't really bother me. Um, but I noticed one thing. I'm like, women, they all go with the bullies. But I was told that women want a man who's compassionate and fatherly. But what I was hearing was different from what I was seeing. You see what I'm saying? And I continued to see this behavior all throughout high school. And then when I got out of high school, I started talking to women, actually talking to women when I got out of high school. And I mean, like, when I mean women, I mean girls at church. And it was like, the one thing I noticed is the more attention you gave a woman, the less she the less she cared about you. She didn't want nothing to she didn't want to talk to you. But if I just sort of played video games and did my own thing, and she would text you or text me, and I would just wait. uh, all of a sudden they were like, why aren't you texting me? Why aren't you talking to me? What is this? Are you an asshole or something? And it's like, I know very well that if I start giving you more attention, you're going to want nothing to do with me. So I picked this up. I began to learn about these things after high school, but I didn't like it. That's the thing. I didn't like having to be that type of personality to get I felt like I had to be someone that wasn't me to get a girl. So I didn't like it. But I just saw it all the time. And I always was like, man, I'm trying to get married. Like, I wanted to get married, and I was looking for and the more, like, wanting to get married, it encourages the behavior of pursuing. So if you're a guy and you want to get married and you want to have kids and all this stuff, you're gonna pursue, right? You're gonna find and you're gonna pursue. Like, you got to get married, right? That's the societal, cultural thing, Christian thing to do. You're gonna get married. But the more you pursue, the more the woman runs away from you. And the less you pursue, if really, you don't have to do any work. It's the bottom line. Actually, the dating is a lot easier than you think, because you shouldn't do anything. That's my conclusion. Like, the last girl I went out with, she was doing most of the texting. And we went out a couple of times, and I rarely even after, like, we went on a first date, and you know how you do the thing where you go on a date and you meet the girl and you're like mythologizing her and all this bullshit, like she's Princess Peach from Mario. um and then after the date you go home and then you text her like, hey, I had a great time and all that. That's all don't do that's bullshit. That's all bullshit. Don't I mean, I'm not saying don't do it, but it's bullshit. you know uh for the last girl I went out, I didn't do that at all. I literally just went home and acted as if it never happened. That's what I did. Acted as if it never happened. Whatever. And she wrote me and she's like, "Hey, I had a great time." And I literally didn't text her back until like, I don't know, hours later. And then she texted me one day and she's like, "Hey, let's meet up again." And I'm like, I I didn't text her until days later. And then I'm like, "Yeah, let's meet up." And then we meet up and then I go home and acted as if nothing happened. There was no, "Hey, I had a great," there was none of that. Cuz I was writing about Ukraine and I was doing videos and that to me was more interesting than going on a date. So, and then weeks later she writes me and she's like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And then I wrote her like 2 weeks later. Not because I'm being an asshole, it's just I just didn't care. And then I wrote her, I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And then she's like, she was mad at me and she was like, "How, like, why are you taking so long to write me and all this?" And I'm just like, "Hey," because she kind of, the second date, this is what happened. In the second date, she did this, and this girl is in her early 30s. All right. I am not exaggerating to you when I say this. On the second date, you know what she tells me? In the middle, we're in the cafe, just having a conversation. She says, "I'm sorry, Theodore. I'm gonna have to friend zone you." Exact words. I am I'm not exaggerating when I say this. She literally tells me this. Like, holy shit. All the black pill stuff I heard online is so real. She tells me, "Sorry, Theodore, I'm gonna have to friend zone." And I didn't even like, I never even pursued her. I wasn't even like, she was doing most of the texting. I wasn't doing any simping, nothing. Nothing. And she says, "I'm sorry, Theodore, I'm gonna have to friend zone you." And I just looked at her with a straight, and I was very authentic. And I was like, "Okay, whatever." And we did the little date, and it wasn't a date at this point. Now we're friends. And I go home. I didn't text her. I didn't do shit. And she writes me. She's like, "Hey, I would like to meet up a third time." And I wrote her back, like, "I'm busy. I can't do it. I'm working on stuff." And she's like, "Okay, fine." And then she wrote me, she's like, "Hey, what's up?" And then I wrote her back like 2 weeks later. And then she's like, "Do you wanna meet up or not?" And she says, "You take forever to write back to me." And I said to her, "Hey, I thought we were just friends." That's what I told her. "I thought we were just friends." And she wrote back and she said, "You know nothing about women. You know nothing." Okay. I said, "Listen, I don't think we're gonna be a good match. And and it was nice talking to you, but we're not gonna be a good match." And she's like, "Okay, fine." But it's so stupid. She's like, I can't believe women in their 30s are acting, uh, are acting, uh, like this. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe women in their 30s are friend zoning dudes. I think it's so, like, I have to laugh at the whole thing because I'm like, you're in your 30s. How many options do you actually have? You're acting. Oh, and you know what she told me in the first date, in the end of the first date, um, she says to me, "Hey, if you want to get with me," she said, "there's a lot of competition out there, so you better act fast." And I was like, "Okay." I mean, it's just so like immature behavior. It was insane. I'm gonna read your guys' comments here. I'm gonna read. Yeah, hold on. I know you. I know. I'm sorry. This was a fun live stream. It's been 3 hours. I didn't even notice it, dude. This has been a fun live stream. I must say, this is probably the most, if not one of the most enjoyable live streams I've ever. I did not expect it to be this good, guys. I don't know what I. Some days are just good. Some days are just static. Okay, so we're talking about millennial thinker, music picking, tea leaves, and catching butterfly. I don't know what you're talking about. Is Guess that makes me a zillennial. Zoomers are lonely. I'm sure they are. I recall the landline use. It really begins with Gen X, Ted, but it keeps getting worse. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I can imagine that this phenomena started with Gen X. Working out does make your body look good and naked, but so does alcohol. I noticed there's no clicks among Zoomers. I don't know. I don't really hang out with Zoomers. Little half sis is Zoomer. Everything gets posted on TikTok. Yep. Lots of young men are going to die virgins. Yep, 100% true. Which brings me one to ask himself, where does this end? All my cousins are Zoomers. I'm the last millennial. Damn, hang in there, buddy. Stay strong. Guts 160. I'm gonna start saying your guys' name. That way you know that I'm addressing your statement. Oh, there's a lot of clicks, but it's not what you know from your youth or our youth. EAP 123. It mostly based on physical attraction, though. The black pill is true. Looks absolutely well. That's always been a fact, right? I mean, whoever tells you that it's not about looks, it's about personality is either a celebrity, a musician, or is lying to himself or and you. Um, these fat musicians who get girls, they're musicians. That's why they could be obese and they'll still get girls. You're a musician. That's it. You got status. Status is everything. Status is the key. It's like, if you're not good looking, then status is what's going to help you. But even if you're a good looking guy, you could still end up in a desert because let's say you're good looking, but you're socially awkward. That's it. You're going to be that's going to be a disadvantage for you ultimately. Our dollar had more buying power years ago. Yeah, no one's talking about that when they're dating. Let's talk about no one gets together in a day, be like, let's talk about the power of the dollar right now. I am 44 and never been married. I am so maroon pilled. Tell us more about your experience with the black pill. I gave you the story. But there's a lot more to it. Poor people have larger families. Yep. Yeah, it ain't a cat. Yeah, I agree. I think I understand what you say that people want real relationship. The Japanese guy that married a hologram recently comes out that he's very stressed with the state of his. Yeah, that's weird. I've talked a lot. I've talked to a lot of women. I have. I've talked to not necessarily in dating, but just like in general. I've talked to a whole bunch of women that I've met, and not like thousands or hundreds, but dozens. I'm losing track of what songs we played. Did we listen to? I don't think so. Just trust me, bro. There's things that money can't buy. The end of the family home and his new stigma of people living with their parents is a big deal, I think. It used to be normal for 3 generations to share a home. Yep, I know. Mediterranean countries are more open to that. I knew someone from uni who genuinely wanted to get married, but she was unattractive. Yep. When I got married, we had more cockroaches than money. You've seen this before 11 times as a matter of fact. I don't, I don't want to be married right now. I married later. With these, that was 2 decades ago. Still single today. Years ago, when a man got a job, he got instant benefits of insurance. Then there's the security one wants. Debt is more prevalent today as well. Used to have livable. Yeah, I know. But that's not the reason why people aren't getting married. I don't think most guys give a shit if a girl is a virgin or not. I've heard this from the alpha cuck people online. They're like, "Oh yeah, black pill, blah blah blah. Guys don't want used goods," and I don't think most men give a shit because the fact that it's easy for a woman to get it's easier for a woman to get a guy than it is for a guy to get a woman tells me that most men don't give a shit if a girl is a virgin or not. They don't care. The problem is that a lot of I already read this. Marriage is a mix of fairy tale and horror movie. Yeah, a lot of it is just wishful thinking, and especially in the beginning. Kids did return to parents out of economic necessity when the depression was going on. There's this weird idealism where people who offer the least often want the most, both men and women. The lazy basement dweller looking for a trad wife, and yeah, that's true. With Heather Green, everything is about money. I've noticed that about her. Maybe that's why her last name is Green. It's all about that American greenback. To quote Chris Rock, come on, that was a nice one. Come on. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. And what did Chris Rock say? Damn, dude, it was a G.I. Jane joke. Keep your wife's name out of your mother mouth. I am. That was the greatest moment in the history of television. Ha! Okay, anyway. I wonder if Ted has a passion for trolling old people. Not really, no. Maybe like boomers. The standard of living is part of the reason for wanting to marry young and how easy it is to not live on a single. Yeah, okay. Literally, no one's talking about that when they're talking about marriage, dating. The first time Ted had been beaten up was by a Ukrainian. Yep. It has absolutely nothing to do with my views on Ukraine, by the way. Nothing. Because I actually had no idea. I wasn't even really looking into this stuff seriously until 2015. And the only reason why I started looking into Ukraine, I knew there was a war. I knew about, okay, Crimea, blah, blah, blah. But the only reason why I got into it was because I heard about the Nazis and the Azov. And I'm like, what? Nazis? Damn. And that's what got my attention. But before, I didn't care about this subject at all. You can look at my articles. My oldest articles about Ukraine probably go back to 2015. Anyway, no conspiracy theory there, I can assure you. But I know you're probably going to try to troll me with this one. We're going to see a return much more of intergenerational living, which, yep, I agree with you. That's also true. Conservative Party is the brake the liberals are to the gas pedal. And women are making more money than men in many cases. That's also true. I wonder what the teacher looked like when Ted told him that. Oh, you can always move. Oh, she was pissed. One time they said, "Oh, we're gonna have a Native American cultural experience in class, guys." So she had us make this Native American bread, and it was basically taking corn and mixing it with a batter made of it was like water and cornmeal or something and sugar. It wasn't bad actually, but she said, "This is what the Native Americans made, everybody." And I said, I said, "Is this what they ate before the white man came and killed them?" And she's like, "Theodore, get out right now." Good times. He's being haunted by the Nazis since childhood. Well, I don't know if this guy was a Nazi. He was just a crazy Ukrainian dude. He's a violent Ukrainian guy, and he accused me of talking bad about his mother. I'm like, dude, I don't even know who the hell you are. And he's like, you said some shit about my mom, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know who you are. I've never talked to you before. He's this crazy Ukrainian dude. And before I know it, I'm getting punched in the face and thrown into a bush and yelled at. And he left. And that was my experience. That was my cultural experience with Eastern Europe. Now I'm growing beets and making Ukrainian borscht, and I love this stuff. So, no, we were told to hate Bush and his supporters. I remember. I'll be 60 in September and still never been married. All right, man. You've stood strong. We had the same youth, listening to Michael Savage and spending hours on conservative forums. Yep. Good night, Uji. How old are you, by the way? Are we in the same? Are we in the same generation? Michael's real last name is Wine. Yeah, I know. Michael Weiner. Tommy Tallarico has an obsession with Spider-Man and balsamic vinegar. Well, he is Italian, so that I can understand the vinegar thing. We need to return to that. We used to have that a century ago. I agree, actually. I agree with you, Heather, about the intergenerational thing. I think that's much more helpful than just giving young people loans and having them become debt slaves. Tommy is also Steven Tyler's cousin. I didn't know that. Really? I did not know that. At least Ted didn't slip into anime. Oh God, anime. Let me tell you, I have one and only experience with anime. Okay. So when I was in seventh or eighth grade, I got an obsession with The Matrix. I watched The Matrix Reloaded in the theater, and it was amazing, and I was completely obsessed. So I started to read all of the Matrix comics, right? And these weren't necessarily like Japanese anime. Some of them had the more traditional manner of art. And I got into anime, not anime, I got into the Matrix comics. And then I saw the Animatrix. And the Animatrix is an anime. It's based on the fashion of Japanese animation. And I watched a movie called The Second Renaissance, and it was so horrendously and pervertedly violent. I was so disturbed. I said, I'll never watch Japanese anime again, and I never have. That was my first and only experience with Japanese anime. I will not get into this. This is horrific. And that was it. I said, I'll never watch this garbage again. Anime is the most far right wing hobby. Anyway, yeah, a lot of them get into that. Axe body spray. That's some very base. Yup, it was hilarious. Brilliant. Yup, it was so much fun. I want the US to bring back protectionism, as that's what's kept our wages livable. Even if you have, Heather, think about this. Even if you have protectionism, companies want to find any way to reduce costs. The reason why companies have hired labor, they've outsourced their labor in other countries, India, China, Russia, etc., is because they want to reduce cost as much as possible. It's not because they hate Americans. They want to reduce cost. Now, let's say America decides, okay, you can only hire Americans. That's it. You can only hire American citizens. No more outsourcing labor. Will that make things more expensive? Yes. But let's say your wage goes up because there's protectionism. Your wage goes up because you're getting paid more money because you're a citizen. You got to get all the benefits and all this stuff. The taxes are still going to be the same. Your taxes are still going to be the same. And the price of everything is going to go up. So let's say the price of bread is $1. The price of bread is $1, and you make $2, right? You make $2 a day, so $1 is going to go to bread. So let's say you make $10 a day, and the price of bread goes up 5. You still lose 50% of what you make. So I don't really understand like the huge difference here. Another thing we have to keep in mind is automation. Companies will say, okay, because companies are already going to automation. And companies will say, okay, we can't outsource labor anymore. We're just going to go to automation. As much as possible, we're going to go to automation. You're going to lose jobs to the robots, which is sad. You got people now, they've built trucks that drive without drivers. There's all sorts of crazy things people are coming up with now. I remember I've told this story before. I went to Italy and I went to a McDonald's in Italy, which is, I know you're in Italy and you're not eating the delicious pasta. Yes, because the pasta gave me some rock hard constipation. So give me some McDonald's, please, anybody. So I went to McDonald's. I mean, that was my patriotism coming out at that point, right? Went to McDonald's. I went to the register and I said, "Give me a Big Mac, damn it!" And the woman said, "No, I'm sorry, sir. I don't take no orders." I sound like a Mexican. How does an Italian talk? I don't take orders. You have to go to the computer behind you. I sound like a Dutchman. I said, "What? The computer?" And I turn around. There's this big old screen there, multiple screens. And she said, press the buttons and then I will make your food. Okay, thank you. I'm like, okay. So I go to the computer and I'm like, number one, this soda pop, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then I paid the money and she just made the order. That was it. And they had one woman doing all the work. And I'm sure as the customers increase during the day, they probably have maybe 2 or 3 more employees coming in. But that's how they lower cost. So I remember I was with my father in this McDonald's and I said, "Dad, this is the future. Like it's already in Europe. We don't have that policy in America yet. In America, you go to McDonald's, you go to the register and all that stuff. But literally, I went to Italy and I'm like, this is the future. This is automation. So I don't know if we're ever going to go back to the days of your grandfather where you could work with a hammer and nail in a car manufacturing factory and get good money. I don't know if we're ever going to go back to those. I don't know. I hope so. Only rich people go to Italy. I guess I'm rich then. I must be a rich bastard. We need universal basic income and end to capitalism. Oh, goodness. End capitalism. People are still going to make money. So you're still gonna have rich bastards under socialism. Large scale protectionism isn't viable in the modern economy. This can be seen clearly in differences between ex-socialist countries who open their markets and prepared and pro-apparate and those who stay closed. Yep, I agree. These women today from my age 59 and below are looking for someone who have on the back burner for that itch they get to be scratched. The roles by anime standards, animatrix are considered tame. I'm sure there are worse things out there. I don't even want to see it. This boy is reading. Are you black? This boy is reading invisible comments or something. No, I'm just talking, having a good time. Fun fact, over here we say he turned to vinegar as a substitute for he went crazy. Interesting. Instead of vodka, you get vinegar. Every time someone brings up anime, Ted brings up the anime. Yep, that's my experience. Savage is 80 years old and still influencing dude. Savage is a freaking beast, I must say. I'm quite healthy, have high okay, blah blah blah. I have a high metabolism and a 28-inch waist. Heather Green is giving us her clothing standards. I don't know, maybe she's trying to find a husband in the chat. Where is the Cray reading comments from? This Cray reading comments from? Return to vinegar. What's your nationality, mister? I'm an American, damn it. I'll try to lay off my trollo rhetoric down a notch. Don't want to insert too much negativity between us on account of World War III. I'm not talking about after childbirth. Stretch marks aren't inevitable because we're talking about stretch marks. Awesome. Yes, women do make 3% more than men on average. Not sure who mentioned it. F. Biden. Yeah, just some old guy that's going to be in office for a few more years and he'll be gone. So I don't really care about him. It's harder for women to keep in shape after having kids and they have to work harder for results than men. Oh, God, that's the reason why they don't want to have kids. That actually is one reason why. Zelensky can be roughly translated to green. Coincidence? Yep. Heather Zelensky. We have found everybody. President Zelensky's long lost relative in the mountains of Appa freaking Latia. Who would have known? They're trying to start a war here, guys. I'm telling these Ukrainians. Let me tell you, they're trying to do what they did in Donbass over here. They probably want to split Appalachia from the country and start their own ethnic war here. Damn it, I knew it. Enjoying the stories. I was just like you in school, always getting suspended. Prankster life. I got caught up in video games too. Yeah, there was a term that I like to use to describe myself. It was a slacker. That's what I would tell people. I would say I'm a slacker. I am an absolute slacker. Who knows from experience. I like how you have your name is who knows, and then you say from experience. 2 out of 2, I get effing stoned to death and then called it body shamer. Talk about double standards. Let's see what else. Come on, Ted. Women's brains develop faster, but then stops at 18. Even a 30-year-old woman is just an overgrown teenager. It's amazing how women in their 40s are acting like they have options. Like, I'm gonna. She was literally shit testing me on the second date, and she wanted the date. That's the thing. She wanted to meet again. She's like, "Hey, I enjoyed our first date. I want to meet again." Okay, fine, meet again. And she's like, "Sorry, Theodore, I'm gonna have to friend zone you." And I'm like, "Right back at you, bitch." She's like, "You take forever to respond." I'm like, "Hey, we're just friends. Settle down, miss. You behave yourself. You hear?" What was the black pill in the story? The black pill was the black pill was realizing that women want assholes. For the most part, women want assholes. That's it. You have to be an asshole for the most. Not every single time. Once in a while, you'll meet a nice Christian girl who loves Jesus and she wants a family. You will meet that. Maybe if you're like in the Midwest or somewhere. But I mean, if you want an attractive woman, you not be like an asshole ass. Just like don't. Here's the thing: don't text her. That's it. If she texts you, respond to her in like 5 days. And here's the thing: don't be like, okay, in 5 days I'm gonna. Don't do that. Just play video games, read the news, listen to music, cook something, grow some vegetables. I don't know anything. Start a flower garden. Do whatever you want. Have fun. Do the activities you love. And then just be like, okay, I'll text. Oh yeah, I remember now. I forgot to text her, and then text her. Sometimes that doesn't even work. If a girl doesn't like you, she don't give a shit if you text her 2 weeks later. It's not gonna work. But I'm saying like for the most part, that is what works. I hate to say it, but that is the damn truth. Was she hot? She was okay. She was a redhead. She was a fiery redheaded girl. Her grandmother was an immigrant from Ireland, so she was like a true Guinness 3-leaf clover leprechaun girl. Ted is the pro gamer as he's been since. I am not a pro gamer at all. I suck at video games. She was playing a game with you. Yep, I know. Yep, that's the games that the women, the ladies, that the ladies play. This has been dating advice from Theodore Schuba. Dude, just don't. It's not difficult. Dating is actually a lot easier. Just don't text all the time. That's it. Save yourself the effort. Save yourself the time, and don't text. Just text her like 2 weeks later if you want. Who cares? She'll appreciate you more. She'll be like, "Oh, this guy. Oh, who is this guy? Oh, that guy. Yeah." But if she's like looking at her phone and there's like always a text from you, she'll be like, "Oh, this guy. Oh God, doesn't he have a life?" Blah blah blah. Like she's gonna start thinking poorly of you. This is a fact, guys. And I began to realize this when people started texting me. Like there were people, not women, there were like dudes who were like they were fans of my YouTube videos and like, dude, and they're like constantly texting me. And and every time you look at your phone, you're like, oh, this dude's constantly texting me. Like, doesn't he have a life? You start thinking the same thing. You're like, doesn't this dude have a life? Doesn't he like have friends? Doesn't he have video games to play or something? So you're like, shit, this is what women are thinking. It's men think the same way. That's the thing. They're like, this is how women think. Bullshit. This is how men think. If a woman is texting you all the freaking time, you will get tired of her. Every man thinks that they want a girl that's obsessed with them until they meet a girl that's obsessed with them and they run for the hills. I've had this. I remember I was in years ago. I went to Cumberland, Maryland. And if you ever go to Maryland, don't ever go to Baltimore. You'll probably stop at the Baltimore airport. Well, you will stop at the Baltimore airport. You're going to land in the Baltimore airport. When you go to Baltimore, get on your car or your taxi cab or bus and get the hell out of there. You do not want to be in Baltimore. Okay, the Baltimore it's like you're in the middle of freaking Mogadishu, Black Hawk Down. You don't want to be in that city. Get the hell out of there. Okay, but go to Cumberland. Cumberland is a cool place. It's safe, clean. People there are really like country, laid back. Cumberland, Maryland. So I went to Cumberland, Maryland years ago, and I met this girl there. And at first, she was very normal. We exchanged numbers, and then she starts texting me one day, and she's like, "You're amazing. You're the most amazing man I've ever met in my life." And I was like, "Wow, this is nice." And then she's like, "What would I do without you?" And she would text me every morning, like, "Good morning." I'm like, "Wow, this is nice. Female attention. This is awesome." But it was like every morning you were getting that good morning text, like, "Good morning. How are you? How are you doing?" And then she would be like, "What would I do without you? What would I do without you? You're the greatest guy ever." And at first I wasn't what's the term? I wasn't reciprocating that at first. I wasn't reciprocating it. But then after so many weeks of getting this attention, I was like, you know what? Maybe this is the one. Again, I was like 20. How old was I? I was like 19 years old at the time, 19 or 20 years old. And I started reciprocating. I was like, "Hey, good morning. You know, you're good looking. Like, wow, you're great. I'm so glad we're talking." Like, I've started to reciprocate all this stuff. I started to speak romantically, like she was doing to me. The day I started doing that shit, she was like, "Oh, thank you. Yeah." And then she just stopped talking to me. And then she ended up marrying a marijuana dealer. So it's like even the women that start obsessing with you, when you start obsessing with them, like they may just reject you, because they're like, "Oh, I got this guy. My ego has been soothed. I don't need you anymore. Um, I've gotten what I wanted." But every guy thinks they want a girl who's obsessed with them until they meet one. And you don't want that. So women think that, oh, this is like the female mind, bro. Like, no, this is the human mind that you're dealing with. And that nobody wants somebody that's like super obsessed with them, unless you're a crazy narcissist. But like other than that, nobody wants someone who's super obsessed with them. Um, if a girl starts obsessing over you and she's constantly texting you, you start thinking to yourself, like, what is she doing with her day? Um, Does she have a healthy life? Is she mentally ill? Like, is she writing me because she desperately wants like you start thinking all these things. Free weed, yeah. I don't smoke weed. I don't think he ever supported adultery. What? In 2 weeks, she will have at least another 10 new number. Oh, sounds like Ted was getting love bombed. Yep, love bombing. That's another form of manipulation. I agree with you, Tropium, about the strong civic society. Heather Green is giving her waistline size online, so I think she's like, "Hey guys, just letting you know, like, um, I am, what's the term? I'm ripe, ready for harvest." Men who sleep with every woman aren't called sluts, and women usually desire men who have lots of lady friends. Yeah, because that means they have good, they have status or something. Chad Tobacco. If you're Jewish, Miles, I don't. Are you like what? What nationality are you? I know I said we listen to music. I'm having too much of a good time talking. To be honest with you, I love the sound of my own voice. Okay, that was a good one. Every time I say a joke, I'm gonna pull a Chris Rock. Uh, I'm gonna pull a Chris Rock and be like, "Come on, that was a nice one." I just take chicken nuggets in supermarkets. Then I want fast food. Spar chain of markets has these amazing chicken nuggets with cheese, which are way better than McDonald's. That sounds really good. That day by Non-Point. Music, Ted. Now, dang it. How the heck are you supposed to marry a woman if you're not supposed to give them? This is, my friend, the enigma. Okay. It's like the sweet point. I think what it is you deprive them of some attention, you give them some attention. You deprive them of some attention, you give them some attention. And then they're like, wow. And then once you've done that enough, then I think you can start doing things consistently more and then maybe get into marriage. I don't know. Get a soundboard with fake laughter and badum. Oh, I should do that. It's not a bad idea. Hello, my friend. Everlasting Gospel or Matthew. I don't even know what your real name is. You really need to look at the bigger picture, not just from American perspective. Caring only for their own are the reason why many hates American foreign policy. We shouldn't assume the qualities. Okay. We shouldn't assume the qualities of the sexes by just mere basic instincts. Then it's just too much objectification. A balance is important. Blah, blah, blah. Each person is going to be different. If you want some Bosniak rap, song Srebrenica by rapper Genocide. Seriously, not a joke. Oh, Matthew is your real name. Okay. What do we got here? How often do you read scripture? Not really a whole lot, to be honest with you. A lot less than less than I should, I would say. I read too much about politics and geopolitics. But now we're about to get into a lecture, right, about how I should read more of the gospel because your name's the everlasting gospel. So I'm assuming that's where you're going with this. Give me those Bosnian raps. So there's a song called Srebrenica. Hold on. I'll try to get all of your guys' songs. Srebrenica by rapper Genocide. I don't even know how to do this. There's actually, I can't believe this is real. I guess it says never again. So I guess it's saying that we don't, not guess, obviously, it's saying that we're not going to allow this to happen. Terrorize Records.
Forensic scientists say the bodies of victims of the 1995 Srebrenica massacre, in which 8,000 Muslims were killed by Bosnian Serb soldiers. Another 4 mass graves have already been found in the area.
Anniversary, but we ain't here to celebrate. We hit a room, put your fist up and demonstrate. 11/7/95 be the day, premeditated genocide. People in mass graves, 8,000 male individuals killed in cold blood, the evil, despicable.
Wait, did he say male individuals? Hold on.
8,000 male individuals.
I've heard that the Srebrenica, and I know Chopium will correct me on this, but I've heard that the Srebrenica massacre consisted of Serbian soldiers just killing killing Bosnian soldiers, which is still wrong. I'm not going to support that. You never sat there for hours with your dad and picked his. Oh yes, we've definitely talked about prophecy, absolutely, but I haven't really read the prophecies a whole lot on the Bible. I read a little bit, but not a whole lot. But I have definitely spoken with my dad about the end times a lot. What other songs do you guys want me to play? I'm trying to scroll up and find them because I just went off. I went off talking about whatever. Oh, Fear OST insertion. What else do you guys have for me? This sounds like, oh, this is a video game. Fear. Oh, this is freaky. I've always wanted to play Fear. But I think it's only for computer. I would love to play it though. It looks like a great horror. A great horror game. That Day by Non-Point. Okay. Immediately we start out heavy. It's almost like a Korn song. When did this song come out? It sounds like it came out in 2008. 2012. Okay. It's not bad. Not bad. The reason I sent you that Chomsky video is because it puts Srebrenica into context in a coherent way. I believe Kraut really outdid himself on that one. His Turkish history series was also great. Okay. I'm gonna look into it. I think most of Americans want to destroy other countries and make their lives hell. Interventions, blah blah blah. Oh, Afro-Cubans. Yeah, somebody wanted me to play this. Oh goodness, I think I've heard this before. This band. Oh yeah, it's very nice salsa music. Nice. Very nice. I like this kind of music. Very chill, very relaxing. Not negative. It's not like emotional. It's just happy. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. What else do we have? It Hurts by Sans Holo. Goodness. Is this some Asian? Is this Asian? Asian music? Nice. This is like Zoomer music. Sounds too Zoomerish for me. A little too Zoomery. Cubanos have great music. I agree. Music requests: CNY music, picking tea leaves and catching butterflies. Oh, that's a band. I thought you were describing it to somebody. Okay, this song, it's not my thing. I'll be honest. I'm gonna be very honest with the music you guys send me. Okay, I'm gonna be brutally honest. I'm gonna be like, I don't like this song. I'm just gonna tell you guys that. I'm gonna be like that guy Simon Cowell for the music. I like this. This is good. I like it. This is fun. I like this. I like Chinese traditional music. So far, this is the best song I've gotten today. So I'm gonna save this one. This one's good. I like this one. Picking tea leaves. I love the title too. It's so picturesque. Halom Aleichem by Moshav. This is Israeli music, I'm guessing. Not bad. Not bad. Very Middle Eastern, very Semitic, this music. Is this what the ancient Hebrews listened to? I wonder. See, like I think we're so disconnected from the ancient Hebrews. Because when we think of Jews, we think of like, I don't know, we think of like who's a famous Jew, Weinstein or something like that. But it's like those people were living in Europe for 1,000 years. They were living in Russia, Europe for 1,000 years. They're so disconnected from their ancient history. And if you think about the ancient Hebrews, I mean, if you were to meet the ancient Hebrews, what you were going to meet was nothing like what you see in the Ashkenazim. You would just get it was a different world. It's something that was connected more to the middle. It was connected 100% to the Middle East. It was a Middle Eastern culture that was in the Middle East for thousands of years, and they were slaves for hundreds of years in Egypt. So they had cultural roots with Africa. Like it was just a different world. This was not Jeff Weinstein or something like that. Anyway, this is nice. I like this. This is nice. Okay, what else do we got? Chopium. I agree with you somewhat on I agree with you on Chomsky. It's all just like, okay, America bad, and that gets way too much. It gets too much. Women want higher value men and value their own self and their own interests. Have fun, live your life, and women will come to join the fun. Sure, I think that's decent advice. I would say, yeah. Your taste in music is definitely unique. I would say so, yeah. Breaking Benjamin, Angels Fall. I think I've heard this before. Oh, I remember this band, Breaking Benjamin. It's an old ass band. I think I remember hearing this somewhere. Nice. Nice. very early 2000-ish. When did the song come out? I like it. It's nice. I like this. I get the feeling this is gonna have a good chorus. I like it. I like this. I like this. This is nice. I like this one. This is good. I can't play the whole song because I probably get some copyright stuff on me, but this is good. I like this. There was a Russian song that I heard. Oh man, there was a Russian pop song that I heard that I thought was really good. Dang it. I'm gonna try to find. There was this Russian song. Hold on. I have it on my laptop. I'm gonna try to find it. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, here it is. I found it. I found the song. I'm gonna try to play it for you guys. This is a Russian pop song. It's so like generic. It sounds so like such a generically industrial song, but it has such a nice rhythm. I don't know. It's like drinking a cheap beer and liking it. Like, this is cheap Bush beer, but it's like, man, it's not bad actually, and it's cheap. Let me try to find it. I'm gonna start playing it here. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Oh, the Russian song I played on the, yeah, I like that one too. It was really nice. Let me see here. I don't know how to say this. I don't know what, I'll put this word in the chat and maybe somebody can tell me what this actually means, because I don't read Cyrillic. But I absolutely love this song. I'm gonna play it in one of my videos one day. I love this freaking song. It's such an addictive rhythm to it. Listen to this. It starts out with this violin. Let's listen to this. It's like techno-y in the beginning. Right here. I thought this was awesome. Normal nerdy girl and like living through life, and it's whatever. If someone can read Cyrillic, this is the name of the song here. Oh, are the Russian dude from before? What Cyrillic word? Maybe I can discern it. I put it in chat. The song you played on your latest. Okay, that's cool. Did somebody else have any more music requests? Hold on. It's very hard to imagine the ancient Jews. We're thinking like, oh, the Jews, like they were all like Trotsky and stuff, or they were all walking around. They were like Matt Weiner or whatever, and it's like Howard Stern or something. It's like these people were like Arabs. They were walking around the hot Middle Eastern climate. They like these were not like them anyway. They weren't like modern Jews anyway. Larry David, yes. Polyusa, I don't know what that is. What's the Cyrillic word? The song you played, okay. Oh, Strada, Starazula, Marazula. That sounds Polish, or what is this? Polish, or I think I've heard this song before. I used to listen to a lot of this type of music. Not bad. It gets a little too crazy in the end. It's okay. Wasteland 3, Battle Hymn of the Republic. Oh, this is video game music. Not bad. Kind of gives me like 1970s music band vibes. Not bad. Bill Withers, Grandma's Hands. Some blues music, I'm guessing. Not bad. Not bad. How old is this?
Billy, don't you run so fast. Might fall on a piece of glass. Might be snakes there in that grass, Grandma saying.
1971. I'm telling you, the African Americans, they made very good music back in the day. A lot of rock and roll is based on African music. If you listen to traditional African guitar, it sounds similar to blues. You can see blues is basically a descendant of music that Africans brought to the New World. And early rock and roll was blues. That's what it was. It was amplified version of blues. And so but this music is very good. I like this. Very good vibes. This is good beer drinking music. I like this. Over You. Over You by who? By Daughtry? Or who? I used to listen to Daughtry when I was in school. Ain't No Sunshine was great music. You know, all these songs, rhythmically, this song isn't bad, but it's like, I'm not bashing the song at all, but like the lyrics, look at these lyrics. Now that it's all said and done, I can't believe you were the one to build me up and tear me down. Like, man, like all these songs that come out, they're all about like how women are just gods. Like they do this and you're amazing and you're this and it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's kind of cringe, guys. Do we have any good boomer music? Not boomer music. Do we have any good doomer music in the house, please? Please, somebody give me some doomer music. Ain't no sunshine. No, give me some doomer music that I haven't heard. Give me some modern. Not. We've all heard that song. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. We've all heard of this. Come on, I could doomer. Look at your game girl, Charles Manson. What? Reverend Gary Death. Don't have no mercy. Can somebody give me some good Slavic doomer music? Give me something I've never heard before in my life. Oh man, I'm shocked that the blues is actually being listened to in Croatia. I find this to be profound. Yep, this is very, very bluish, very blue. Come home video.
Oh.
This is real old school rock and roll, but you can hear the influence of blues in the music. Not bad. It's very bluish. It's very old school rock and roll. I'm not a huge fan of it though. Any more songs, guys? Any more songs? Give me town, give me town, give me town, give me town, give me a name, guys. I'm gonna start playing some music if you guys aren't gonna send music. We got 15 people in this chat. That's basically a party. That's a party. What do we got to listen to? I love listening to Russian doomer music. I think it's such a cool genre, and it's so like almost nobody knows about it in America, which is what I love. Almost nobody knows about it. Johnson Brothers on the Run. Is this some like blues rock and roll? Ooh, let's see. Johnson Brothers. Pantera. Okay, it starts out good. On the road, no way out. Change all the things I've done. On the run. On the run. Nice. It's okay. Has like a kind of like a Jimi Hendrix vibe to it. Pantera, This Love. I'm pretty certain I've heard this song. This is like old school grunge music. Pretty certain I've heard this song on the radio. It's okay. Not. It's okay. It's very old school, grungy type music. Dance with the Dead by Hex. Okay, Dance with the Dead. Hex. Sounds like some rocky stuff. Oh man, this is like some edgy right-wing music. Yeah, this is definitely like right-wing death squad music. I'm just imagining like when people think of like when I think of if you were telling me like German right-wing death squads, I'd be like, oh yeah, they're all Germans, they're like Aryan race and all this stuff. Ukrainian death squads, they're all Ukrainians, maybe some Belarusians in there. But then you tell me about American right-wing death squads, it's gonna for a fact that there's gonna be a bunch of Mexicans who would join that. It'd be a bunch of like American right-wing Hispanics whose grandparents came in from like Cuba, Venezuela, Mexico, and they would totally join that. I know this because just look at the what do you call that? What's the name of that group? What's the name of that group that Nick Fuentes was a part of? No, not Nick Fuentes. It was the Proud Boys. The Proud. If you look at the Proud Boys, they had like a bunch of number of Mexicans there, and then even if you look at like Groypers, they're all led by some guy named Nick Fuentes. Like they'd be a bunch of Mexicans. They'd be a bunch of Mexicans. Yeah. It would be nice to see a lot of less company cars for the white collars instead of always cutting the labor. Here comes the Nickelback. Oh yeah, If Everyone Cared by Nickelback. This music, this is like get ready for the Death Squads. This is the Death Squad music. You didn't miss anything, trust me. Adam Man by Key. I mean, If Everybody Cared, I think we've all heard this song. The best Nickelback song. The best Nickelback song ever made was How You Remind Me. That song was a masterpiece. I love that song. Oh, Kino. Yes. Old school. This is old school Russian stuff. Kino's awesome. I think he's like probably the most famous singer that ever came out of Russia. I suspect. I don't know why. Dua Lipa, Swan Song. Some African tribal rhythms. Not bad. Good techno trance vibes to it. What is the point of my lips if they don't make noise? What is the point of doing nothing at all? Watching it fall. The flicker burning, you know the time is running out, and only I see. EAP, why do you always bring up some German stuff? You always bring up German music all the time. He wants to play Rammstein. The next song is going to be by Wagner, and the next one will be by Beethoven. Rammstein sucks, by the way. I hate his music, but I'm going to play this song. Just maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just being being overly judgmental here. But let's listen to this. The best German musician ever, by the way, is modern German musician, Peter Heppner. Without a doubt, I love Peter Heppner's music. If you want good German, like good modern German music, Peter Heppner, Heppner. Okay, let's fast forward this. I don't hear anything interesting at all. I hear the same typical glam rock German stuff. It starts out slow, and then it goes boom, boom. Like anybody could do this. This is not. There's no creativity. This is like every song written by that band. What's the name of that band called? They make songs about like battles and stuff. What's the name of it? What's the name of that band? Hold on. About Crusaders. Name of that band? Saxon? No. Power. It's like some power metal stuff. That's what it reminds me of. Power metal. This is some power metal music. It's like da da da, and then it's like boom. It's like the Bulgarian what's it called? The Siberian Christmas dang it, what's it called? The Siberian Symphony Orchestra music that they play every year. They do that bastardization of the song, that Christmas song. I don't remember that bum ba da dum bum ba da dum, and they got like this the piano comes out in the background, and they put some like drums in the back. It just ruined the freaking song. So he goes up from very low, lazy, low, and then he goes up a little. He increases the octave a little bit here, and the drums come up. Okay, is there anything original in this song? He goes back to slow. Okay, fast forward. Okay, he's basically doing the same shit, this time with the guitar in the back. I don't like this music. I just don't like it. There's something about it I just don't like. There's no shit. Laibach, you're right. Ramstein and Laibach are very similar. Laibach um uh is even worse in my opinion, because Laibach, it starts out slow and he doesn't change. There's a song that he made. You sent it to me. Europe is changing or something. Europe is crying or something. It's like the song doesn't. I'm waiting for like the climax. I'm waiting for the shift. I'm waiting for something to happen. The plot twist. I'm waiting for the transition to. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. It's like it just leaves you waiting. Okay. EAP123. I did not mean any insult to you. I'm sorry about. Well, I'm not sorry for saying what I said, but I didn't mean any insult. I told you I'm going to be Simon Cowell. No, like I'm just giving you a Sabaton. That's the name of the band. There's like power metal stuff. Oh, the throat motor stuff you had on the website way back. Oh yeah, I remember that. Do you like driving? Like racing? No. Driving just to go to the store. I see driving as just a utilitarian means to an end. Neidhart Vine Runta. I don't know. All right, I'm going to show you guys the German stuff I like. Peter Heppner, he was part of a group called this guy is really good. I like this guy. Hold on, he made a song called "Unlovable," which to me was a great piece of music. I thought it was a great piece of music. Listen to this, guys. See, it starts out slow, but it's like this drum, boom, 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 boom. Let me increase the volume.
I gave you trust and I got the tricks. Gave you my heart and you threw it away. It hurts so bad. Hurts to be in love. Why can't I be what you say?
I think it's beautiful. Da, 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 na, da, na. There's something like it just seems so, I don't know, it's very sensible. I don't know. I like it. It's very beautiful. I didn't mean to be an asshole. If I was, I'm sorry if I came across that way. I'm just not a fan of Ramstein. Is all. I don't mean to be an asshole here. Israel by Liebeck. Ted's musical analysis is often baffling. Okay, I wish I could interview you and you could tell me about what you think about my musical analysis and tell me how how you analyze music. It has this rhythm to it. There's this emotional depth to it. It's like, why can't you see what I feel? There's this emotion that he's expressing in there, and it's beautiful. It's very doomerish. You know, if you like Ramstein, fine. There's something about Ramstein. It's like every song sounds like a power rock, glamour stuff. I just never got into it. Ted Neidhart von Runtel. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Sounds like mayonnaise. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's listen to this. Oh, this is some medieval stuff. This is nice. When you're like preparing for the crusade. There's a very elegant rhythm to it. The way he flowed with those words like that. I'll play that again. Rap God, guys. Wie zum Weg nach ihr sieht, hätt ich Fried, es sich biet, ob mir jemand kommt daran zu Kloster. Ich bin verzeiht, meine Leid und Reich sind noch tot. Das ist When the drums come, it's nice. There's a transition. What else do we have here? Lower the gain here. I think songs, music should be analyzed by the context, rhythms, and background sounds and voices of the singers. I think that music should be analyzed by its emotional depth and its originality. I don't know. Okay, that's fine, EP. I just don't want to come across as an asshole, is all I'm saying. I get a little passionate about this subject. The name of the band is called Peter Hepner, guys. Peter Hepner. I'll write it for you guys here. Peter Hepner and Wolfsheim. They're both ran by the same guy, but I think some of the music is his newer stuff can be a little bit wokish, like liberal. Like some of this, there's one song where there's a music video that promotes the gay stuff. I don't like that, but the rest of the songs, I think he does a good job. Not so familiar with Soviet music besides Red Army Orchestra and Kino. Ever tried listening to Assyrian music? Yes, I have. I've listened to Middle Eastern. I listened to music from all over the Middle East, Yemen, Saudi, Iraqi, Lebanese, Syrian, West Bankian. I've listened to all Middle Eastern music. Persian. Out of all the music of the Middle East, I would say Persian is my favorite. I think Persian music is very good. Red Army Orchestra is awesome. I remember I was talking to this Serbian girl years ago when I first began seriously blogging, and her and I would talk online sometimes. And I sent her that song from the Soviet Union. What's the name of that? It's like that bum 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 bum. It's like I forgot the title. It's like The Grass Grows or something. I sent her the song and she wrote me back and she's like, "Why would you send me this song?" And I said, "Oh, I thought you liked this sort of stuff." She's like, "Excuse me, why would you send me this song?" And I said, "Well, you're Eastern European. Don't you like this music?" She's like, "Don't you understand that my people suffered under communism?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that." She was like, "Yeah, we don't. I don't listen. I don't like that. I don't like any music from the Soviet Union. You hear?" I was like, "Okay." Poluska Poli. What is that? A song? Polushka. Smoke by Dombor. But we haven't spoken in years. That Serbian girl and I. She got married, so I stopped writing her. She got married and she told me, but we see her and we were never romantic. We would just talk about politics and stuff like that. We never formed a relationship or anything like that, but we talked about politics all the time. And she told me that her boyfriend didn't want her talking to me anymore because according to her boyfriend, I am lying about being a Christian. I am an Albanian. And here she said, my boyfriend thinks that you're an Albanian for whatever. Yeah, I know. I go up and I fluctuate, I go up and down, up and down. Smoke by Dombor. Oh, this is some right wing stuff. Yeah, this is right wing death squad music. This is good music to listen to before you start get into the battle. You're about to like fight the Democrats in the coming civil war. You're fighting for North Carolina. You're defending your region from being invaded by Democrats, and you got this music just cranked up on the speakers to the battle. It's retro wave, okay, but a lot of righties like to listen to this music. Soul Chef, Away with Me. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, rap music. Oh, it's rap. I'm not too crazy about rap. Dombor also it's like cyberpunk stuff. Okay. Not after you started sending her music from the Soviets. Baroque Request, Heindel by Sarabon. I'm glad. Thank you for calling the assassins off. Thank you so much. I've been here for hours with you guys. This has been a fun stream. Oh, I know this piece. Yep. I've heard this before. Vivaldi, I think, made a similar piece of music. Yeah, it's a classic Baroque piece of music. Is this Croatian Catholic music? Oh, I know this. Da da na da 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 da. This is not bad. It's nice. Heather Green, I'm curious. What were you going to do with the clover leaves? Were you going to eat them? I can't screen share. I'm not using, what do you call it? I'm not using StreamYard. I'm using just regular YouTube stuff. Polyushka Polia. That's the name of the piece. Okay. The chase began. Mad Max Fury Road. Oh, that's a song. Okay. The chase begins. 41 million views. Oh, I remember this music, this movie. Yeah, it was like the Mad Max. I remember this. I feel like Theo doesn't like Phil Collins. How did you read my mind? How did you read my mind? Yes, I do not like Phil Collins. I think Phil Collins is super overrated, and everybody plays that song that I can feel it growing in the air tonight. Oh yeah, and ba-da-da. I don't like that song. I think it's so overrated. It's so boring. It puts me to sleep. There's nothing interesting about it. You can use OBS to screen share. Oh, it's free streaming recording software. Oh, awesome. I can feel it coming in the air. See, that's how much I don't know about this song. I just don't like it. I don't even pay attention to it. But you're right. I don't like Phil Collins. You were going to eat the clover and dry them out. That's awesome. I'm sorry for distracting you from your gardening harvest. It's coming in the air. What was coming in the air though? Like I don't know. Hot asphalt. Oh goodness. That title doesn't sound very promising. Wait, what the heck? Hold on. Asphalt. Well, this is some old stuff. This is some Irish music. Oh, the Dubliners. I remember this band. They were a very famous Irish band. I've got a tiny white clover tincture sitting, actually. Used whiskey, though. Next time we'll get vodka. So white clover, what kind of flavor does that provide? Because I know I've used wood sorrel. Well, I've eaten wood sorrel before. And wood sorrel has a nice citrusy flavor. But I've never tasted clover before. White clover. What is that? Is that good for tea? I'm looking at the pictures. I've seen these plants before. I've never grown them, though. White clover. Taste. Flowers taste like raw green beans with just a hint of sweetness and look just gorgeous. Add the leaves to salads or to spinach, lamb's quarters, amaranth. I've recently started harvesting lamb's quarter. It literally just dropped in my yard, and I started eating it. I'm like, oh look, a weed that's edible. I'm not like these assholes that are like, time to get the weed killer. It's ruining my lawn. Bollywood Aj. Some Indian music now. We're going to get into India. We're going to India, guys. Buckle your seatbelts, because Kansas is going bye-bye. We're going to India. Here we go, guys. Nice. Nice. I could totally hear this in a video game, like a Super Smash Brothers or something. It's nice. Oh, the rap kind of killed it, but the beginning, the intro was nice. Heather, when you say the clover is good for medicinal gout, does that mean you do drink it and then it helps the gout? Because I know that Tansy, if you want something that's good for gout, I would recommend that tea. They taste good, they taste okay, and they have a nice bitter flavor, and they actually help you go to sleep. Just don't drink a lot because you're gonna get a bad headache. But believe it or not, if you have like joint pains and things like that, Tansy definitely helps. I don't know about definitely, but it can help. for gout pain. It won't cure gout, but it'll suppress the pain. Shape of My Heart. I've heard this before. I've heard this. The internet's acting retarded right now. Oh, the Halo music? Yeah, it's okay. What's up with this internet access? Sorry, there was a slight delay in the connection. I don't know if you guys heard the last thing. Okay, I don't know if you guys heard the last thing that I said, but I said that I told Heather that do you drink it as a tea and that helps? Oh, you did hear me. Yeah, try growing tansy. You can buy the leaves pretty cheaply online. Tansy is an old herb that used to be grown commonly in the United States and in Great Britain. They don't really grow it anymore because supposedly it's toxic, but I have drinking a good amount of tansy tea. Do not drink a lot. Drink like a small cup of it. It'll help you. It relaxes you. It puts you to sleep. And it actually, I'm not a doctor, so don't hold me to it, but it could actually help gout. The stream kind of had some internet connections there. Bollywood is actually an Indian metal band. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not too crazy about Halo music. Tansy. I'll write it down. I wrote it in chat. Somebody had a music request. Sting, Shape of My Heart. Oh, I know this piece of music. It's an old school classic. Yep, I remember this. Very nice song. Very classy. What the heck? Somebody sent me a song. This is nice. I like this. It's a good rhythm. Kind of killed that. I don't like the shift there, but the rhythm before it was nice. This is not that good here. Like it kind of goes off here, but listen. This is nice. I like this. I can see the Albanians in the video. I like this rhythm here. This is a good rhythm. I like that. This is a good one. I'm going to save this one here. Save. This is good. I like this. Good also as a blood cleanser. I didn't know that. Rammstein, Mein Land, Mann. Mein Land. This is for the Bundeswehr. Yep, German Death Squad music right here. I'm surprised this one only has 38,000 views. Like, this actually rhythmically is a lot better than any Rammstein song I've heard. In all honesty, this isn't bad. But yeah, I could totally hear like the Bundeswehr just banging out to this on their tanks, on their Leopard tanks. A really good German band. Oh man, I'm trying to find it. Hold on. It was in the FIFA 2005 soundtrack. Hold on. There was this German song that they used to play on there that was really good. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. It had such a great rhythm. Hold on. Nachlander. Was it Nachlander? No. Here it is. Augen auf. This was very good rock band from Germany that I used to listen to. Well, I still kind of listen to them. Listen to this. I could totally hear like the Bundeswehr freaking. The name of the song is called Augen auf, and in the song he says, "I'm coming out for you." I could hear the Germans listening to this in the next World War. It sounds very dark. This is Eckstein, da da da. They have this kid saying, "Eins, 1, 2." And then he goes up. I thought it was an excellent piece of music. What else do we have? I cannot play guitar, no. The High Fells, Hobbit soundtrack, skip to 138. The Hobbit, yes. The little hobbits. The little hobbits came with their pipes. Yes. The High Fells, yes, yeah. The High Fells. Skip to 138. Okay, I'm going to skip to 138. 138. Here we go, guys. Not bad. There's a lot of emotional depth in this music, huh? Good. Nice. That's good soundtrack music. Okay, guys, I've been here for 4 hours and a half. It's almost 9 p.m. So I am going to leave. I'm going to peace out. Okay, guys? God bless you. Okay, hold on. Strusty wants me to play Chevelle. I'm pretty certain I've heard this song. Yep, I've heard this song. Yep, I remember this. Yep. Yep. So get down. Yep, I know the song. I like it. It's a good early like what 2000 song. Good night. All right, guys. God bless you. It's been a great night. Had a lot of fun. So see you later. Rusty, Robbery, EAP 123, Pure Chopium, Guts 166, Rusty Shackle. I already says Rusty. Lagan, Susan, Heather Green. What else do we have? Who else do we have? Danny, Olivia. Goodbye, Robbie99, and everybody else. If I haven't mentioned you, Brainstorm 4207 and Rebel. God bless all you guys. Be well. Have a good weekend, and see you guys later. All right, peace. You guys just heard some theology.